Public Petition number 43 of 2020 regarding training and skills accusation by prisoners. I undersigned on behalf of Father Gol Welfare Trust, a non-governmental organization working with prisoners in the Republic of Kenya, draw the attention of the House to the following. Father Gulf Welfare Trust is a non-governmental organization whose aim is to promote the dignity of prisoners by enhancing collaborative efforts toward their rehabilitation and reintegration into the community by strengthening their capacity for quality life solutions. The Trust trains and educates officers working in prison and appreciate and uphold prisoners' rights, and was instrumental in successful lobbying for the right to education, including the right of prisoners to sit for the Kenya Certificate of Primary Education and Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination. The Trust equips prisoners with technical skills such as carpentry, masonry, welding, and knitting for women, which helps them to make the most out of their time while incarceration. For over 17 years, the government of Kenya has supported this initiative by paying fees to the relevant examination bodies, which has resulted thousands of former prisoners graduating and eventually running their own business upon release from prison. The government has unfortunately withdrawn funding of prisoners' grade test, thereby dealing a major setback to the success of this training program, and now warders in the workshop have been left handicapped while inmates are no longer motivated to get trained or to undertake grade test while in prison. Efforts to address this matter with relevant authorities have not borne much fruit. The matter in respect of which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee of Administration and National Security, one, inquire the matter which, with a view to securing necessary budgetary allocation to facilitate reinstatement of payment of all grade tests done by prisoners in all Kenyan prisons, and undertake necessary intervention to secure the improvement of skill accusation by prisoners, and to facilitate motivation of warders who run workshops and training of prisoners. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Garsen, Honorable Ali Wario Guyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to read the public petition number 45 of 2020 regarding subdivision of Agricultural Development Corporation ADC land and stockholder consultation on the Galana Kulalu Food Security Project. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Garseni in Tana River County, draw at the attention of the House to the following: that the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation has been implementing the Galana Kulalu Food Security Project, covering 1.7 million acres of land in the Galana and Kulalu ranches, government ranches, within Tana River and Kilifi counties. Number two, that by a cabinet memorandum, measures were proposed on the way forward regarding the critical components of the Galana Kulalu Food Security Project, such as land settlement, termination of all the existing leases on the Agricultural Development Corporation ADC land, development of road infrastructure, provision of power connection, and upstream pollution and catchment areas conservation, protection and management. Number three, that the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning has embarked on planning and surveying of the area for resettlement of host communities and subdividing the land for commercial leasing for crops and livestock enterprises. Number 4, that a total of 30,000 families will be settled and allocated 10 acres plot on a lease basis, and 200 acres community ranch scheme will be established. Number 5, that Section 2 of the Agricultural Development Corporation is special farms. Rules provide that no special farm shall be sold, subdivided, transferred, or otherwise disposed of without the prior approval by the way of a bill or motion to be approved by Parliament. Number 6, that the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation had communicated to the Regional Commissioner Coast Region of the stakeholders consultations scheduled for 9th to 11th November 2020 in the affected counties to sensitize the local communities on the interventions to be carried out to complete the project, especially the plans for settlements of the local communities in the project area. Number 7, that unfortunately the consultations did not take place as communicated, and no further communication has been received from the ministry. Number 8, the efforts made by the petitioners to have the matter addressed have not been successful. Number 9, that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or any other legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Lands, number 1, inquire into the circumstances under which the proposed 250,000 acres community ranch scheme has, as per the existing survey map, was amended to 200,000 acres. Number 2, recommends that the 5,000 beneficiaries under the community ranch scheme be increased to a number proportionate to the affected citizen, that the priority be accorded to the locals who have been directly affected by the project. Number 3, ensure that public participation is undertaken as per the Constitution and provisions of the Agricultural Development Special Farms rules, and the ongoing survey works be stopped immediately. Number 4, makes any other appropriate recommendation it deems fit in addressing the circumstances raised in the petition, and your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, the Honorable Mbui, you have a comment on any of those petitions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I wish to make a comment on the first petition by the Honorable Member for Embakasi. I think it's, he is in his right place. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of prisons, these are places that are set up to be able to get rid of those people that when they're in society, they do crazy things like thieves, rapists, murderers. Those are the people that are sent to prison. And, Mr. Speaker, in prisons, their accommodation is paid for. Outside here, we pay for our accommodation. Their food is paid for. Outside here, we pay for our food. Now, this petition is saying that we pay for them also their education, so they can get certificates of school, diplomas, degrees. Mr. Speaker, are we not encouraging people who have nothing to end up in prison? So I think it's basically, even though it may be populist, but I think even if we are talking about rights, let's talk about the rights of the people who are also doing the right thing. Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, unfortunately, it is never done here, not when I'm on the chair. Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support the petition by the Honorable Member Theuri for Embakasi, and I want to disagree with my colleague, Honorable Mbui, my namesake. Prison, actually, you find that there are people who have even been sent to prison and they are innocent. So, when people are taken to prisons, we saw during Angomudia Wari attempts being made to make sure that the facilities within those prisons are within the human rights conditions, that they meet the international human rights conditions. However much somebody might be a criminal, whatever, but they are the basic things that we must be able to provide as a civilized society. Those tenets are anchored in our constitution on human rights, and we cannot go below that. So I think it is important that these people are rehabilitated and they become good, so that when they come back to be absorbed into the society, they don't become a problem. On the petition by the Honorable Member for Karsen, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important petition. Unfortunately for Kulalu project, it seems to have not met the expectations of Kenyans, because this is a project that it became a white elephant. And I think it is important that this petition is looked into in terms of its merits, and see also that proper rectifications are made within the petition. So I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kilifi North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to support the petition by the member for Garsen on Galana Kulalu. I think the coast region has enough land issues. Now, Galana Kulalu is coming in to become another big land issue again at the coast. I think there has been attempts to reduce issues of land problems at the coast. But you can see deliberately, people from the Ministry of Lands and government officers now are creating another problem at the coast region. Galana Kulalu was supposed to be a national food basket. But what we have now, it has moved from the original objective to now people want to subdivide the land. And that there are people who have been earmarked to be given this land. We have been requesting for a meeting to participate and consult on this. But I think government keeps on dodging these meetings. 2 meetings have been scheduled, but government doesn't seem to, so they were all postponed. There's no commitment to engage the people at the coast to discuss Galana Kulalu. Eventually, we shall have a similar problem like we've had in areas like Mpeketoni, in Lamu, in Tana River, where you saw the clashes that came in. I think it behoves government to ensure that the right things are done on matters of land, especially at the coast. They become very emotive. Now, what we are asking government to do is only one simple thing. Bring us to the table to discuss Galana Kulalu. If you want to subdivide this land, give it to the community because they have issues of land. But you want to bring in people from other places, allocate 10 acres and give them land, then you say this is a government project. So what we are saying is that the committee handles this matter. They need to put into consideration that they should not be going to history that they actually created another problem at the coast in terms of land. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How I wish then we were to give directions right here if the concerned persons were sitting in the chamber. It would be instantaneous, as it used to be in the past, because then the Honorable Ali Wario, Honorable Owen Baya, would just direct that you walk out with whoever. They are going to be called ministers. Walk out and come back after 10 minutes and give us a progress report. It will be a very good thing. Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You want to comment on any of the 2 petitions?
Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the petition about the prisoners, Mr. Speaker, by Honorable Deuri. Mr. Speaker, when people go to prison, they go to be rehabilitated, Mr. Speaker. And so we can't say that when they are being paid for food, that we cannot train them. They go to prison so that they can be corrected and become better citizens, and that's why skills that are given in prison are very, very, very important, Mr. Speaker. So I would wish that that matter would be sorted quickly and not to apply the attitude that those are criminals. Actually, people reform, people get saved, So we cannot really say that we want to go kill them or they rot there. We have to really support our prisoners so that when they come out, and some of them spend a lot of time in there, when they come back, there will be people who are different, who are transformed, who are changed, and they can now contribute to the economy and to the society, and they can pay back that money that they used to be trained there, Mr. Speaker. And some of them have families, Mr. Speaker. They need also to support their family. So I support the petition, Mr. Speaker, and I hope we will not have that kind of an attitude about our prisoners. Thank you.
Now, let me just caution. This particular moment for making comments is not about responding to what somebody else has said. It's about the petition. Just address yourself to the petition. Now, because you appear like now you are addressing a petition which was not read out. The Honorable Robert Boy merely made his comments. So don't bother responding. Remember, this petition will have to go to the Committee on Administration and National Security, where it is directed, who will then bring a report. It's at that time then you'll see what it is that they will have said. So please, when you make these comments, just make comments based on the petition, not what somebody else has said, because now that becomes an argument. Honorable Mwambire, sorry, member for Ganze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the two petitions. On the first petition, Mr. Speaker, before I joined active politics in 2007, I used to work as a human rights officer in the prisons. And Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the trainings which are being offered in the prisons are very, very important. Mr. Speaker, you know that if you want to correct someone, you need to correct and give direction. And the directions which are given are to give them skills, technical skills which they can use after prison, so that at least they can be in a position to engage in an effective manner. And Mr. Speaker, there is even some payments which are being given after the time of the prison, whereby someone can use that amount to advance his economic empowerment in the society. Mr. Speaker, maybe for those who might not understand, they should look at the Prisons Act, the way it was, the Chapter 90, the way it was, and how we propose it to be changed, and how things are. In fact, we are the ones who pushed for the introduction of the prisoners to be in a position to study, even to do exams like KCSE, KCPE in the prisons. And we have seen tremendous changes in the country, Mr. Speaker, including the furniture that we see in the streets and the micro workshops which you are seeing. Most of those who are managing them are people...
The furniture in this chamber.
Yes, even the furniture in this chamber was made by prisoners who were trained in prisons, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not wish away this critical issue, because prisons act like hospitals, whereby everyone is a candidate. You can today wish away those trainings, and then tomorrow you find yourself there, idle. So let us appreciate what has been happening and improve instead of abolishing. Mr. Speaker, on the petition on the Galana Kulalu matters, Mr. Speaker, I support the petition 100% because the issues which are being touched on in that petition are very genuine. Mr. Speaker, we cannot achieve anything if we are not going to engage effectively on the matters of land at the coast region. Mr. Speaker, I think you have heard several times that there have been unrest in Tana River County, and it is because of land, because the herders and those who based on crop production, Mr. Speaker. Now that there's subdivisions without consultations, because we were at some point we were engaged as a coast parliamentary group members to be engaged about these issues. But later on we were told that because of corona issues, we cannot be engaged. And now we are hearing other issues which are happening on the ground. Tensions are very high, Mr. Speaker, and if this matter will not be addressed as quickly as possible, other things might happen, which is not our wish. So I support fully, and I believe that the committee will consider the issues that we are raising so that at least we can get an amicable solution in these issues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, as a potential inmate, is it? Yes. Member for Tharaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to comment on the first petition. And let's, as a country, not lose it to our colonial masters who actually used to treat prisoners possibly better than we do. The reason I say so is history has it that when the colonialists jailed Robert Mugabe, he left the prison with about 7 degrees, which means he was being provided facilities to
to further his education. I believe we should now be moving away from such terms as prisons and prisoners to correctional centers and those who are actually being corrected. Because the purpose of prisons and the prison services is correctional, so that whoever goes in comes out a better person than when he went in. Some of the prisoners are actually petty offenders, chicken thieves. They stole chicken because out of desperation, they had nothing else to do. But if he comes out as a qualified artisan, that person cannot whatsoever imagine going back to wrongdoing or to committing petty offenses. Therefore, I do support, let us now move away from imprisoning to correcting, so that these people come out better citizens. Thank you.
Member for Funyula. Are you also a potential?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, and most of my colleagues here are potential. You see, when we used to run around and eat tear gas, they used to laugh at us. So the other day, when a small tear gas was thrown in Muranga, you saw everybody running away. I wish they could have brought that to Busia. We would have told them how to handle tear gas. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we move away the mentality that prisoners are necessarily bad people. Many times, people go to prison for various reasons. Indeed, staying idle the whole day, Monday to Friday, and the rest of the days can be a torture to a human being. That's why I would support that petition, that the practice that has been there since my predecessor, Honorable Mudi Awori, introduced reforms to the prison services should continue. So that by the time the person leaves prison, he has actually been corrected. He's somebody who can fit into society. I remember many years back, they used to be paid some money, whereby when they would come out, they would start somewhere. I think that practice should continue. I therefore support the first petition. On the issue of the second petition, Honorable Speaker, the issue of land remains a very emotive issue in this country. Many of us believed that with the changes we made to the land sector would have resolved some of these issues. But as they always say, you can change the forest, but the monkeys remain the same. And I think Honorable Kimunya, having been a minister there, should assist, now that he sits as the majority leader, to try and solve these issues in the land sector. It does not have to continue as business as usual. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mbadi, you want to comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to start with the commenting on this issue of Galana Kulalu. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a project that we had issues with from the word go. In fact, at its inception, we were skeptical about practicality of this project succeeding. At that time, I remember Honorable Kose and others were really supportive of this project. How times change, but I think this is also good. We learn. Now we are where we are, but if this project is not going to continue, then there is no way the government can talk of giving out land to individuals, because we know the history of giving out government land to individuals in this country has never favored the people it should favor. It is given to people who will be absentee landlords, who will keep it for speculative purposes, will not even grow anything. And therefore, I support this petition fully, that the committee needs to look into this matter, so that the people of Coast who have been marginalized, traditionally marginalized over the years, cannot continue again to lose land that belongs to them rightfully, by government pretending that the land is being given out for some economic activity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to say much about this other petition of the inmates, and I agree that truly these are correctional facilities. But as we push to realize some of these things, we should also ask ourselves, do we have money in this country? Mr. Speaker, I see members of parliament, we behave like there is a pool somewhere where there is money and we can just dip our hands and meet all the expenses. This country has no money. We cannot, again, burden this economy with any other thing. Much as it may be necessary, there is no money.
the human rights activists. It is good to fight for human rights, but within parameters where we can afford. We cannot afford. If we cannot even pay fees to our children, those of you who are talking the way you are talking, you go and look for those inmates who are coming from your constituencies and pay for them bursary. Because now you cannot give this country too much burden, Mr. Speaker. Why do we want to burden the government again? Use the CDF bursary money, it is 34 million every year, and pay for those inmates, Mr. Speaker. I have no problem with inmates learning. They can learn. Everybody has a right to learn. Most of these inmates, they are adults. They should have gone to school before they went to prison in the first place, unless they are training for some skills, but not to train them again to do KCPE. What were they doing when people were learning? Education in this country has been free for a long time, Mr. Speaker, at the primary level. You find someone in class 4 has done something wrong, you take him for correctional, then you want to use our money to educate them in class 5, 6, pay for them KCPE. I would not support that, Mr. Speaker, personally. If they have money in their bursaries, they can pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final member for Nandi.
Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the Galana issue. There is need for public participation in every agenda, in every program. So I support a member who brought a petition. The other issue we have to consider, the local people, when we are doing any program. So I support that. On the issue of prison, Honorable Speaker, I sit in Security Committee, and as a social worker by profession, I support the issue of giving education to those in prison. Why? There is a human rights issue for everyone in the country, and that is their fundamental right. Some of those who are in prison have just stolen maybe food or 1 kilo of sugar. So you cannot deny somebody education because of that. They are our people. We are to rehabilitate them. And when we are talking about rehabilitation, we are talking about enhancing the living standard of a human being. So I advocate for them. They have to be educated. Currently in Kenya, we are in the process of having furniture for our schools, and these are the right people who are making good furniture. I remember when I got married, the first bed we used was from prison, and it is, and it is still there up to today. So they make the best furniture. We need to empower them. Yes, we need to empower them. And in prisons, I know there are pastors who go there every week. There are prisoners who are pastors in the prison. They have reformed, and we cannot deny their rights. They are human beings like us, and we cannot say there is no money. Every person, every member of this society, they demand they have their rights. And if there is no money in the country, I know World Bank have said we are 4% poorer than ever. So even if we are 4% poor, the prisoners have a right in this country. The students who are in schools and colleges have a right. And anyone can be in prison at any time. So let's fight for the rights of the prisoners in Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I think on that note, then the 30 minutes are over. You know, for me, I have to do what is in the rules. The 30 minutes are over. So the petitions are respectively committed to the departmental committees of Administration and National Security. For that one of those who are making those good debates to deal with the honorable Tum could be of use, could explain to you about the nature of those beds. And the other one is committed to the Departmental Committee on Lands to consider. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Life and Livestock.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table on the House today, Thursday, November 26, 2020. Addendum report on the Department Committee on Agricultural and Livestock on its consideration of the Tea Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Very well. Chairman, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, November 26, 2020. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its inquiry into the optimization of revenue in grain handling services at the Port of Mombasa, and inspection visits to the Kenya Revenue Authority offices to ascertain the impact of revenue enhancement initiatives on revenue collection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. And the Chairman, Committee on Implementation. Honorable Kenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, November 26, 2020. Report of the Committee on Implementation on the status of implementation of the report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on a petition regarding deplorable working conditions of workers at the Kwale International Sugar Company Limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Wanga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its inquiry into optimization of revenue and grain handling services at the Port of Mombasa, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, November 26, 2020. And I also beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on inspection visits to the Kenya Revenue Authority offices to ascertain the impact of revenue enhancement initiatives on revenue collection, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, November 26, 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Halima Mocheke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Notice of motion, rainwater harvesting in Kenya. That, aware that Article 43(1)(d) of the Constitution provides for the right to clean and safe water in adequate quantities for every person. Further aware that up to 30% of Kenyans rely on unimproved water sources, such as ponds, shallow wells and rivers, whereas nearly 45% of Kenyans lack access to basic sanitation solution, noting that proper management is vital for sustainable development in light of threats to water availability, such as climate change, rapid population growth, and industrialization. Further noting that studies have indicated that the country's rainwater potential is more than 350 billion cubic meters, and that if harvested, this water can support up to 5 times the country's population. Concerned that only 9 out of 55 public water service providers in the country provide continuous water supply to connected areas, appreciating that over time, rainwater harvesting has been proposed as a possible means to address the water crisis in the country. This House resolves that the government institutionalizes rainwater harvesting and storage in all buildings as a standard requirement, and further that all road constructions incorporate storm water collection and storage for non-palatable use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next one. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Westlands, Honorable Wanyonyi Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 029 of 2020 on a private member notice. What is the Cabinet Secretary of Education, Mr. Speaker? Question number 1, what is the status of the ownership of parcel of land reference number 209/5996, grant number IR 18152, occupied by Visa Oshol Primary School in Westlands constituency? Question number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Visa Oshol Primary School Board of Management is being required to hand over the school to Shirvisa Oshol Community, Nairobi registered trustees by way of notice dated November 11th, 2020? Question number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain the status of ownership of all schools sponsored by the Asian community within Westlands constituency, in particular the High Ridge Girls Second School, Parklands Area Girls, and Agagan Primary schools, and the parcels of land they occupy? Question number 4, Mr. Speaker, what steps the ministry is taking to ensure that wrangles relating to the management of schools and land ownership within Westlands constituency do not affect the learning of students, noting the planned reopening of schools in January 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education, the Honorable Florence Mutua, is she present? The Vice Chair, Honorable Ngunjiri Wambugu. You see, why chairpersons of committees really should be present is, you see, this is a question by private notice. Their presence would be required so that you know that the answer is required latest Tuesday. So that any of the question is, will be transmitted to the committee via the office of the leader majority. Next question, ordinary question by the member for Lamu, the Honorable Captain Ruwaida Obo. I'm informed that she has indicated that she requests the question to be deferred. The request is accepted to, if that is correct. I don't see her. Next question by the member for Eldama Ravine, Honorable Moses Lesonet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to ask question number 357 of 2020 in the order paper. Could the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Speaker, explain why Safaricom Limited is engaging foreign companies such as Egypt Pro East Africa Limited from Egypt and Camusat from France, Mr. Speaker, among others, in contractual works to maintain fiber optics and networks which would otherwise be performed by Kenyans, Mr. Speaker? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is to be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Communications, Information and Innovation. Next question is by the member for Murang'a County.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 353 of 2020. in today's order paper, and it's directed to Cabinet Secretary for devolution and ASAL. One, what intervention measures has the ministry or is the ministry taking to support the residents of Murang'a County who are greatly affected by the landslides? And two, what plans does the ministry have to resettle landslide victims in Murang'a County, considering that most of their lands they cannot be able to settle, and now they are landless? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Is that correct? Not finance. Devolution. Or disaster management. Anyhow, you've chosen the ministry and the committee to answer before which the question will be replied to is the Administration of National Security. The next is by the member for Vihiga County, the Honorable Beatrice Kahai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to ask question number 356, 2020, to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. One, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the current status of COVID-19 infections among learners in grade 4, standard 8, form 4, and students in tertiary institutions and universities as well, teaching and non-teaching staff since the reopening of the learning institutions? Two, what specific measures is the government undertaking to enhance safety of learners, teaching and non-teaching staff, particularly in the event of second wave of this COVID-19 pandemic? What practical measures has the ministry implemented to ensure that social distancing and other COVID-19 mitigation protocols requirements are adhered to? Last, is the government sufficiently prepared to timely handle COVID-19 outbreaks in schools, noting the intended full reopening of learning institutions, reopening of learning institutions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Last question by the member for Kisumu West, the Honorable Olagwaloch.
Mheshimiwa Spika, tulipozindua hivi majuzi kanuni zetu za kudumu za kazi hapa kwa bunge, kumekuwa na tetesi ya kwamba wabunge wengi kutoka eneo ya Nyanza labda sio wamebea ya lugha ya Kiswahili. Kudhibitisha ya kwamba hiyo sio kweli kabisa, Bwana Spika, ningependa kuuliza swali langu kwa lugha yetu ya kitaifa ya Kiswahili, tafadhali.
Onesha vile mmebobea.
Asante Bwana Spika. Ningependa kumuuliza waziri wa uchukuzi, muundo msingi, makazi, ustawi na miji na ujenzi wa miradi ya umma maswali haya matatu. Ya kwanza, je, waziri anaweza kufafanua sababu za mamlaka ya uwanja wa ndege wa Kenya kufunga barabara ya Usoma Nawa Kirembe C35 kwa kujenga ukuta ili kuilinda sehemu ya kusini ya eneo ya ndege ya Kisumu bila ya kutoa barabara, badala hivyo ya kuwatatiza wakazi kufika makao na kupitia mojawapo ya sehemu mbili za uwanja wa ndege hilo? Ya pili, Bwana Spika, je, waziri ana habari kuwa kaima cha milioni 45 kilitengwa mamlaka ya uwanja wa ndege ya Kenya ili kuwezesha ubunifu na ujenzi wa barabara badala sambamba na barabara ya C35 iliyofungwa, ili hali mamlaka inadai kwamba pesa hizo hazikutumika kwa kazi hiyo ambayo ilitengwa? Ya tatu, Bwana Spika, ni hatua zipi waziri amechukua ili kuratibu mipango ya mamlaka ya uwanja wa ndege ya Kenya na mamlaka ya barabara za miji ya Kenya ya kubuni na kujenga barabara ya C35 ili watu wapate nafsi ya kupitia ya kwenda makao, na hiyo barabara lazima inuliwe ili maji ya Lake Victoria isiharibu. Asante Bwana Spika.
Swali lako litajibiwa mbele ya kamati ya uchukuzi, ujenzi wa miradi ya umma na makazi. Swali ambalo Mheshimiwa John Olagoloch ameuliza limeeleweka na litajibiwa mbele ya kamati hiyo. Kiswahili chenye ametumia kinaeleweka. Ati hoja la ama hoja la nidhamu ama hoja ya nidhamu. Basi Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo.
Lazima niongee na Kiswahili. Bwana Spika, nauliza hivi. Nimesikiza ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Olagoloch kwa makini akiongea kwa Kiswahili. Mpaka nimesikia mara kwanza akisema sambaba. Na mimi nilikuwa nafikiri ni yule comedian ndiye anajua hiyo sambamba peke yake. Na Bwana Spika, nauliza hivi. Juu najua naongea kuhusu constituency yake. Ako na hakika wameelewa maneno anasema, Mheshimiwa. Mahali tunatoka watu wanaongea Kiingereza. Kiswahili si mdomo yetu, si tuongea Kiingereza Bwana Spika. Si ni torture. It is against the Convention of Torture, Bwana Spika.
Mheshimiwa Olagoloch anajua vizuri kwamba wale anaowakilisha bungeni wameelewa lile swali ambalo wameliuliza. Naona kuna watu wameweka intervention. Naona Bodwale.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimsikiza dada yangu mjumbe kutoka huko Suba, Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo, alikosea usanifu wa Kiswahili. Kwa sababu yeye anasema ya kwamba lile neno Mheshimiwa Olago amelitamka ni neno ambayo inatamkwa na comedian. Nafikiri ingekuwa hoja Bwana Spika umkubalie Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo aitoe hiyo kutoka orodha ya kitabu sahihi ya historia ya bunge, ili miaka zijazo kumbukumbu na turathi ya hii bunge likisomwa isimnukulu yeye kwa vibaya. Asante Bwana Spika.
Member for Mwingi West, what do you want to say about this?
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa hii nafasi niongee. Mimi nilikuwa tu nataka kumkosoa dada yangu Millie Odhiambo. Usemi unaongea na Kiswahili, unaongea kwa Kiswahili. Asante.
Kwa Kiingereza huwa tunasema Rome was never built in a day, isn't it? So she is making a reasonable attempt. Member for Dagoretti South, what do you want to say? You have pressed the intervention.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I was just seeking your guidance on an issue that I would like to raise as a procedural matter, Mr. Speaker. I do notice that on our order paper today, we have a business that has been laid up for canvassing on this floor, which is a motion, an inquiry into the utilization of funds appropriated to the Ministry of Health in the financial year 2019-2020.
Now, Honorable Kiari.
Yes.
You know, I don't know how long I need to really keep reminding ourselves. You wait until the business...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was coming to that because what happened is that
you
I
cannot
had put...
seek any guidance from the Speaker when the business has not been reached.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very well guided. I will wait for the motion to be called, and then I shall say what I want to say.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. I hope we can make progress so that. Yes.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ninasimama kwa hoja ya nidhamu kwa sababu nilipoingia bungeni afternoon inaitwa nini? Nilipoingia bungeni adhuhuri alasiri wa leo nilimpata mheshimiwa mjumbe wa Murang'a County, ndio alikalia katika ile kiti changu kirasmi ya ranking, na kwa sababu ninaheshimu sana viongozi wa mama, nikaamua nikae ile kiti ambaye karibu ambaye kwa nafasi. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka nikujulishe nimeipata chombo ambaye sielewi katika hii kiti, na hii chombo haiko katika kiti zingine.
Don't remove it. Don't remove. That's why you are off the mic now. Yeah. Yes. No, he has not. No. He has interfered with it now. It can't.
Mheshimiwa, sasa ninaona hii chombo, na hii chombo sijawahi kuona katika hii bunge, na nikaangalia katika viongozi wako karibu nawe na mimi na hazina. So ningeomba Bwana Speaker uamuru klaki wa bunge achunguze kwa haraka, karani wa bunge achunguze kwa haraka kwa nini tuko na chombo tofauti kuliko viti zingine, na utoa amri ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Sabina Chege aondoke kiti changu kwa haraka ili mimi nirudi huko kwa usalama wa yangu binafsi.
No, the staff informed me that it's a normal connector, but no, like, you see the.
Unajua mheshimiwa, huyu bwana Duale anatoka sehemu ile inakuanga na hatari mingi. So ukiona chombo kama hiyo, nafikiri ni kuhakikishia kwamba hiyo sio kilipusi. Kwa sababu mimi nasema hivyo kwa sababu najua hata mimi natoka sehemu za mlima na tumeona vitu kama hizo filipusi. So hiyo sio filipusi. Atulie kidogo, asikuwe na wasiwasi.
Now what is it? What about gender? What's the issue about gender now? Honorable Nyango, member for Muhoroni, what's your...
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nimemsikia mwenzangu Bwana Ulago Aluoch kwa hoja yake akitaja juu ya barabara ya C35. Na kwa kufahamu kwangu barabara ya C35 inatokea Kipkelion ikakwisha mbele ya factory mashini ya sukari ya Muhoroni. Sasa sijui kama ibeba amepeleka kwake au imekuwaje. Ningependa ufafanuzi.
I think the Honorable Kosing will be able to make that clarification when when the Cabinet Secretary appears to answer the question. I think we can make progress, isn't it? There's a request. The second segment is a request for statement by the member for Naivasha. Honorable Jane Kihara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, please allow me, before I lead my statement, to thank honorable members who supported us financially, my family, on the loss of my mother, and my niece, the messages of condolences, financial support, their prayers, which lightened our very heavy load when we had to bury 2 people at the same time. Our appreciation cannot go unnoticed. Honorable members, you really helped us. Thank you very, very much. And now the statement, and where is it now? No, it's here. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 44, bracket 2, paragraph C, I wish to request a statement from the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Disbursement of Cash Transfers to the elderly, orphans and persons living with disabilities, popularly known as Inua Jamii. Honorable Speaker.
We don't have any such departmental committee.
Labor Committee.
But you can't say you are a departmental committee on
Labor Committee.
Inua Jamii.
Labor and Social Welfare.
Labor and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we recognize the efforts made by the government to cushion elderly and the less fortunate members of our society through various initiatives, amongst them the Older Persons Cash Transfer Program, cash transfer for orphans and vulnerable children, persons with severe disabilities cash transfer, and hunger, safety, and net program. Honorable Speaker, in the last few years, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection has failed to incorporate personal details of some elderly persons and persons living with disabilities from Naivasha constituency who registered for Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program. The ministry has also failed to register elderly persons who have attained the age of 70 years in the last 1 year. Honorable Speaker, it is on this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee of Labor and Social Welfare on the following. What measures are in place to ensure that all elderly persons, orphans, and persons living with disabilities are incorporated in the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program? What steps has the government taken to ensure that these needy persons are enrolled and benefit from the program? And also, could the chairperson table a list of all beneficiaries of the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program from Naivasha Sub-County? I beg, Mr. Speaker.
The chairperson, Committee on Labor, how long do you think you take? Honorable Mwadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I know what she's saying, and I know there has been an issue on cash transfers, but even as we proceed to promise that within the next 2 weeks we are going to be able to reply to that, it's good also for members to know that as at Monday, there was a release of 3.1 billion which went to the 3 programs on cash transfer. But I know that's not enough. We are still pursuing the government so that they can allocate more money so that we're able to even incorporate and register the ones who are remaining, Honorable Speaker, but in 2 weeks' time, we'll be able to address it. Thank you.
Very well. Is there any other request? Leader of majority.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order Number 44, subsection 2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 24th of November, 2020, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, on the Tuesday next week, the following business has been prioritized for consideration. A, consideration of certain business received during the month of December 2020 and January, all the way to January 2021 recess period. 2, a motion on the exemption of business from the provisions of Standing Orders 141, 227.1, and 256A to save bills from lapsing pursuant to Standing Orders 141, save petitions from lapsing, and provide for an extended period for the consideration of said business whose timeline may lapse at the end of the session. You may note that the pandemic has affected the work of the committees and, by extension, the House. Number 3, the report on the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the approval of the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization should we not conclude it today. We'll also be looking at the report on the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on approval of the accession to the Africa Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, should we not conclude it today. And the report of the Committee on Implementation on the Public Petition on the consideration of a resolution of the House, should we not conclude it today. Honorable Speaker, depending on the results of some ongoing discussions, we may consider introduction of some bills, preferably or most likely the T-bill and the miscellaneous statutory amendment bill. But again, that is dependent on some events happening. So members, if you see them on the order paper, be aware that we could have those bills. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform members that no questions have been scheduled for response before committee next week, because of winding up of the activities for the session. And Honorable Speaker, as members may be aware, the House is scheduled to proceed on long recess next week in accordance with the calendar of the House. And in this regard, any other urgent business that arises will be scheduled so as to be concluded by end of next week. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 1st of December, to schedule the business for the coming week, which is the last week of the fourth session of the 12th Parliament. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House, and thank you.
Yeah, I think that is correct. There's some bills, there will be some, most likely bills being on the order paper. But more importantly, I think the Departmental Committee on Agriculture should be ready. Departmental Committee on Agriculture should be ready with that. The Departmental Committee perhaps on Culture, Sports and Tourism also, and maybe the various other committees who are involved in the consideration of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill should begin preparing. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of time for consideration of a specified petition.
Honorable Koinange.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 227 in bracket 2, Committee to Petitions, this House resolves to extend the period of consideration of a public petition regarding insecurity in Marsabit County, presented by the Honorable Ali Dido Russell, MP, Saku constituency,
by the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security by a further period of 45 days with effect from 27th November. Honorable Speaker, considering that the due date for tabling a report of this petition is Friday 27th November 2020, and further considering that the House is expected to proceed on recess from 4th December 2020, the extension sought is for a period of 45 days from the date the House resumes sitting in February 2021. Honorable Speaker, the reason for seeking this extension is that following the committee's public hearing on the petition, Aid Masabet, on 14th November 2020, and after hearing from the former Masabet governor and current National Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Ambassador Ukur Yatani, on 23rd November 2020, the committee observed that the petition raises very weighty issues which require more time so as to interrogate new witnesses in order to get to the bottom of the matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move and ask Honorable Dr. Makadi to second. Thank you.
Now, Makadi Mulu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this important motion. Honorable Speaker, as the chairman has said, this petition generated a lot of interest. And since it's a petition focusing on insecurity in Marsabit, the committee had to interact with quite a number of stakeholders. And what we have realized, Mr. Speaker, the more we interact with the stakeholders, the more new information comes on board, and the more the need for further consultation comes up also. So with this kind of situation, Honorable Speaker, as a member of that committee, we're just urging the House and begging your office, Honorable Speaker, to allow the committee more time so that we get to the root cause. We all know the issue of Marsabit. It has been a long-standing issue in terms of insecurity, and it's a very complicated matter, Mr. Speaker. The more you listen to it, the more you realize that it's a very complicated matter. And I wish we could just have more time so that we sort it once and for all. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Could you clarify, the 45 days, is it with effect from 27th of November or when the House resumes after the long recess? Honorable Koinange or
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I think normally, Honorable Speaker, what would happen when we break for this long recess from December to February is a tradition of this House that most of the activities of the House are actually suspended through your office. So I think it would make a lot of sense if it's after we resume. Otherwise, during the holiday, we will not be able to do much.
Very well, honour members. It's been explained, and I think it is captured by what was said by the leader majority earlier on. So, yes, it is okay from it ends with effect from 27th of November. But as already explained by the Honourable Kimunya, next week we'll be doing several motions with the aim of first saving all petitions, because committees have had their operations interrupted by this COVID situation, and also saving several bills, private members' bills, which have also survived some of the recent hiccups, not least, of course, the COVID pandemic restrictions. So I think now that at that time, then the motion, this petition will be now further saved alongside other petitions. So the period stated here is correct. So I propose a question, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order number 227, subsection 2, relating to Committee of Petitions, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of a public petition regarding insecurity in Marsabit County, presented by the Honorable Ali Dido Raso, MP, Saku constituency, by the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security by a further period of 45 days with effect from 27th November 2020. I put the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 227, Subsection 2, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of a public petition regarding insecurity in Marsabit County, presented by the Honorable Ali Dido Raso, MP, Saku constituency, by the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security by a further period of 45 days with effect from 27th of November 2020. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, inquiry into the use of the standard gauge railway. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded. It remains as a question to be put, which I hereby do. This House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on its inquiry into the use of the standard gauge railway, SGR, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Number 10, motion, inquiry into the status of stadia in Kenya. Question to be put.
Take your seat. The one who is roaming about. I put the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism of the inquiry into the status of stadia in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, October 13th, 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 11, motion, inquiry into the utilization of the funds appropriated by the Ministry of Health in the financial year 2019-2020 for the COVID pandemic.
Is that a point of order by the Honorable Kerry?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, it's a point of order, and it's actually what I was actually wanting to raise on earlier on. Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on this one, and I rise on Standing Order number 1, where I'm calling upon you, using your discretion, to guide us whether we are in order, Mr. Speaker, to be receiving this report from the Committee of Health, knowing very well that, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of national interest, and Kenyans are ready to know what has been happening, and especially in KEMSA, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, there is also an ongoing investigation by a committee of this House. The committee that is the Public Investment Committee is also interrogating the matters that are just about to be reported on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to look at this committee that is being presented by the Committee of Health, and I realized that one of the most important things that they needed to do is invite people who are alleged to have done business with KEMSA, Mr. Speaker. And I realized from this committee that there are over 25 companies, Mr. Speaker, that were conducting shoddy business with KEMSA that were not invited before this committee to present their side of the story on the issue of the monies that are disappearing and have come to be known as the COVID haste billions, Mr. Speaker. So I'm seeking your guidance, Mr. Speaker, as to whether we are in order as a House to receive this committee, while we very well know that the Committee of the Public Investment Committee might be coming with contrary proposals than those that are coming from the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker. And also understanding very well, Mr. Speaker, that when we put it out there, it shall be a report of this House, Mr. Speaker. I don't see why we are in a hurry, Mr. Speaker, to push this report that is being brought by the Committee of Health, Mr. Speaker, but it is upon your discretion to tell us whether, Mr. Speaker, we can wait for the report of the Public Investment Committee so that we know the truth about this COVID haste, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well, I want you to just look at your standing orders. Look at the mandate of departmental committees and that of audit committees, so to speak, namely Public Accounts Committee, Public Investments Committee, and the Committee on Special Funds Accounts Committee. Those are essentially audit committees. I'm acutely aware that in our standing orders, the Public Investments Committee is mandated inter alia to look into any reports, including but not limited to reports from the Auditor General and audit reports and other audit reports. That particular mandate does not in any way interfere with the mandate of any other departmental committee, which also have the authority to inquire into any matter falling within their assigned dockets. And therefore, if you look, this report was laid on the table of the House on October 1st. So when you say, what is the hurry? In fact, I think we are late. We are actually late. So I don't think whether it is right to say that we're in a hurry on 26th of November to consider this report. And besides, a report of a committee, until moved, is just that. In fact, yesterday, I was a bit alarmed when I saw some reports indicating that the committee has done this, has directed this. And I remember that I have not seen any such report. But I am happy that the committee has since brought to me a further report, which is an addendum to the earlier report, and that this report is going to be moved in an amended form as provided for under Standing Order number 48. So the Vice Chair of Health, you are almost going to incur my wrath if you did not submit the amended report, because I saw you purporting to give certain serious directions, and I wondered whether you have assumed the role of the House or some junior judge. But you behaved very well as a legislator and as a chair by bringing that additional report by way of an addendum, which then incorporates some of the things that you are saying. I do know that sometimes the media in Kenya is too intrusive, so that even if they just hear discussions, they immediately report that that's what has been directed. So at least I can confirm that the chairman or the vice chair, who was then the chair, did not direct. The media assumed that that's what was happening. But now, today, if the House approves your report, then that becomes the direction of the House through the committee. So, Honorable Kiari, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this report being moved. It's up to you as members. Read through the report and make a decision one way or other. Remember, you are at liberty to amend it, to vote for it, or vote against it. So, I mean, you have been given such wide ranging powers. So the member for Dagoretti South, if you think the report is inconclusive, start lobbying your colleagues. Because using me will be giving me a power that I specifically have been denied in Article 122 of the Constitution, I will be voting. I'm not supposed to vote. I have no vote. It's one of those things that I keep reminding ourselves that I don't vote. You are the people who make the laws. But when somebody wants to challenge those laws, the first respondent is me, the person who has no vote. But in this one, Honorable Kiari, you will have to vote yourself, one way or other. Vote for or against, indeed including amending any of the recommendations, if you have grounds. The Public Investments Committee, in exercise of its mandate under the standing orders, will also make their report. And there's nothing wrong. If they come with a report which is different from yours, you are again in the same house, you will be at liberty to say this is not, it's not in agreement with what we passed earlier, and make what you may out of those recommendations. But you cannot say that one committee has now to sit and wait until the other one finishes. The other one is dealing with the reports from the Auditor General. This one, I'm sure, they may not have been dealing with the reports of the Auditor General. So it's perfectly in order. And therefore, order and direct that it be moved, but be moved in the amended form as approved. Chair or the Vice Chair, whoever is moving. And also to guide the House that, remember the various motions that you always approve at the beginning of every session. All these reports are limited to a maximum of 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. So that within 2.5 hours, it's almost going to 4. 2.5 hours thereafter, you should have concluded consideration of this. That is by 6:30. Very well. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion in amended form. Motion on report inquiry into the utilization of appropriated funds for COVID-19 pandemic to the Ministry of Health in year 2019-2020. First one to the provision of standing order number 40. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its inquiry into the utilization of funds appropriated to the Ministry of Health in the financial year 2019-2020 for the control and management of COVID-19 pandemic, with a focus on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, October 1st, 2020, subject to insertion of further recommendation. One, on 30, that PPEs held by the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, that within 14 days of the House adopting the report, the Ministry of Health reviews the status of all PPEs held by Kenya Medical Supplies Authority with a view to distributing the same to all public hospitals, guided by the respective COVID-19 caseload for the use by the frontline medical staff in public health. 31, that thereafter, all public hospitals should not charge any Kenyan citizen admitted in their facilities due to COVID-19 the cost of PPEs used while undergoing treatment. On provision of group life insurance, that is 32, that within 7 days of adoption of this report, the National Treasury and the Ministry of Health remits the 500 million to the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, as approved by National Assembly in the Supplementary Appropriation Act number 2 of 2020 for the provision of group life insurance cover by National Hospital Insurance Fund scheme that includes COVID-19 cover for all medical staff working in all counties and the national referral hospitals. And 33, that within 21 days of receiving the 500 million for the group life insurance cover, the National Hospital Insurance Fund ensures that all medical staff in the counties and national referral hospitals are placed under the group life insurance cover. And 34, that within the 14 days of the House adopting this report, the Council of Governors assures that all 19 counties that had no medical cover for its medical staff sign up for the comprehensive medical cover through the National Hospital Insurance Fund. On 35, that the National Treasury and Council of Governors establishes a centralized pool of medical cover through the National Hospital Insurance Fund, comprehensive medical scheme for all county medical staff. The scheme should be in place at the beginning of the financial year 2021-2022, and that the Ministry of Health and counties do make provisions of the same in their respective financial year 2021-2022 budgets. On medical staff allowances, on that is 36, that within the 14 days of the adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health and Governing Council of University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, Moi University, and Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology pay all pending call allowances to doctors as per the collective bargain agreement, that is the CBA, and the return to work formula of March 14, 2017, signed between the Ministry of Health, Council of Governors, and Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentist Union. On 37, that within the 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health engages the Salary and Remuneration Commission, SRC, on the need to enhance the risk allowance for medical staff with a view of replacing the COVID-19 allowance for the frontline medical staff that was initially paid for 3 months but lapsed in June 2020. On face mask for the most vulnerable, that within the 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health ensures that the procurement of reusable face masks worth 300 million for vulnerable persons in the society is concluded as per the allocation that we allocated in this house, and the must be distributed to all students in public schools, the needy and vulnerable persons in the country. And 39, that's on medical insurance cover arrears for the contract staff, that within 14 days of adoption of this report, the Ministry of Health ensures that all medical staff employed on contract for handling isolation facilities are provided with an NHIF comprehensive medical cover, and further, all their pending salaries arrears from August 2020 are paid promptly. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Vice Chair to second. That is just I've only added the amendment, the amended parts, honorable members, so we have not yet moved. That was part of the amendment.
No, but you know you are supposed to, you move the entire report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Speaker, that was just the part that was meant to be the amendment. Let me now move the entire motion. Mr. Speaker, in response to the role of oversight on our Departmental Committee on Health, we resolved that on 5th August to undertake an inquiry examining Kenyans' reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic, and more specifically, the utilization of appropriated and donated funds towards the fight against the epidemic by Ministry of Health in the year 2019-2020. The committee in particular had endeavored to examine how MOH utilized funds appropriated by National Assembly in the fight against pandemic and general issues of concern to the people as contemplated at Article 95 of the Constitution and our Standing Order 1216 of the National Assembly. The inquiry identified the following 4 key issues which assisted the committee in developing the terms of reference and investigation. 1 is establish and evaluate the quantum amount of funds or monies from Government of Kenya and development partners appropriated to Ministry of Health towards the fight against the pandemic, how these funds were allocated and utilization for the various sagas, counties, and other state departments. 2, assets adhered to the Constitution of Kenya and the Public Finance Management Act, access to adherence to the Constitution of Kenya and the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and the budgeting utilization of appropriated funds towards the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. 3, adherence to the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015 in the sourcing of COVID-19 related HPTs and other items by Ministry of Health and all agencies charged with the fight against the pandemic, and establish the status of all donations received by the Government of Kenya from well-wishers towards the fight against the pandemic, specifically donations received by the Ministry of Health. The committee in this report sets out to provide answers to the following pertaining issues regarding the utilization of public funds in the fight against the pandemic. 1, the funds Ministry of Health received from the Government of Kenya and development partners towards the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, whether the ministry had an approved ministerial contingency plan and framework to guide the utilization of appropriated COVID-19 related funds, how the ministry implemented the contingency plan, and how the Ministry of Health spent the funds appropriated towards the fight against COVID-19. We also looked at what the total amount of COVID-related procurement undertaken by Ministry of Health and its SAGAs, whether while undertaking procurement of COVID-19 related HPTs, Ministry of Health and its agencies complied and adhered to the public procurement policies, Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015, and its attendant regulation, and also to establish whether the committee can verify the existence of all procured items by ministry and its agencies, status report of all donations received by the government of Kenya from well-wishers towards the fight against the pandemic, whether the ministry had in place an approved operation framework of acquiring and managing these donations. Mr. Speaker, we invited several people to appear before us, both the agencies, even the business people that Honorable Kiari was asking whether they were invited. We invited some of them to appear before the committee. We also paid visits to some facilities in the counties because we also allocated money to the counties, and we also visited our own national facilities to see how they were handling the COVID. Mr. Speaker, the amendment that have also come, noting that this motion, we tabled it on 1st of October. So many things have happened because by the time we were finishing with this report, COVID was going down, and now you know the spike has come back again. Hence the amendment of various issues that have also come up after we had already tabled this report. But the committee observed the following, Mr. Speaker, that the National Assembly allocated the ministry 23.4 billion towards COVID-19 response. In the year 2019-2020, this allocation is 16.7% of the total resources mobilized for COVID-19, estimated at around 140 billion, based on the National Treasury submission. The allocation to the Ministry of Health comprised of 16.7 billion from the Exchequer, and 6.7 billion came from the development partners, mainly the World Bank and Royal Danish Embassy, that is DANIDA. The National Assembly passed regulations that established the National COVID-19 Fund. The National Treasury submitted that at August 2020, the Fund Board had mobilized a total of 9.9 billion, which had not been utilized by then. And that the submission made by Ministry of Health on allocation and expenditure were in line with the approved budget 2019-2020 appropriated funds for the Ministry of Health towards COVID-19 response, and the funds were appropriated and approved during the 2019 Supplementary Estimate 2 and 3. That most of the funds dispersed to various sagas by the time we were tabling this report, my Ministry of Health had not yet been utilized, especially funds that were earmarked for infrastructural improvement and purchase of medical equipment. This is because the funds were approved towards the end of the financial year under Supplementary Budget 2 and 3, coupled by delays by Exchequer released by the National Treasury. However, the procurement process had started and was ongoing. In the course of the physical inspection to sample institutions by the committee, it was noted that various donations and purchases for COVID-19 were not being utilized. For instance, Kenyatta University Hospital had procured its own ventilators, and there were 10. The national government has also given them 15 ventilators. However, these ventilators by that time were not in use, and they were in the process of construction of additional ICU beds. Which were to take care of around 40 extra ICU beds. Currently, Kenyatta University has 24 beds. That referral health facilities, Cambrian health facilities and county governments have utilized the funds earmarked for allowances for the frontline health workers that was for 3 months as per SRC guidelines. And the committee further observed that other cadres of staff who play a very critical role in the operation of the health facilities did not receive the allowances, hence occasioning disquiet among staff. The committee also noted that the recruitment of health staff was still ongoing and is still ongoing even now, and that the health institution mainly engaged contractual staff for 3 months only, which had already lapsed. However, the contracted health staff are still working in hospitals due to, the surge of COVID, further noting that the COVID-19 pandemic still poses a threat to the country, coupled with the fact that the health facilities persistently face health human resources challenges. The services of these contracted health workers are still required. That all the sagas except KEMSA utilize the funds dispersed by Ministry of Health in the year 2019-2020. KEMSA received funds from Ministry of Health and also used its reserves for procurement of PPEs.
How much more? Because we want to hear the recommendations also. We want, apart from those observations. Additional 3 minutes? 5. Yes, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think when the second of moving will look at the other observations, let me go to the recommendation. First recommendation, Mr. Speaker, was for Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, that is KEMSA. The recommendation from the committee is that the Director of Criminal Investigation and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigation of the procurement process at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority with a view of establishing if there were any procurement malpractices and institute appropriate legal action. Number 2, that the Director of Criminal Investigations and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigations on the suspended Chief Executive Officer on the following grounds. 1, for the irregular and unauthorized expenditure of KEMSA's fund contrary to Section 68 and 74(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 through procurement of COVID-19 related HPTs. For undertaking procurement beyond the approved budget contrary to the PPAD Act 2015, Section 44(2), which provides that all procurement of the goods, works, and services of a public entity be within the approved budget of that entity. 3, for undertaking procurement without an approved procurement plan, contrary to the PPAD Act 2015, Section 44(2)(c), and for contravention of any other relevant laws. That 2, that the Director of Criminal Investigation and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigation on the suspended head of procurement on the following grounds. 1, for failure to discharge its functions in the procurement process pursuant to Section 47, read together with Section 45(5) and PPAD Act 2015, leading to the irregular and unauthorized expenditure of KEMSA funds through procurement of COVID-19 related HPTs. For undertaking procurement without an approved procurement plan, contrary to the PPAD Act 2015, Section 44(2), C, read together with Sections 45(5) and 47 of the PPAD Act 2015, and for contravening any other relevant law. Number 3, that the Director of Criminal Investigation and Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigation on the suspended head of commercial services on the following grounds. 1, for failing to advise on the undertaking of market survey, therefore failing to discharge his functions in the procurement process pursuant to Section 45(5) of the PPAD Act 2015, which has exposed KEMSA to an estimated loss of 2.1 billion, and for contravention of any other relevant law. Also, the Director of Criminal Investigation and the Ethics Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigation to the Head of Finance at the following grounds: for approving payments for the COVID-19 related procurement beyond approved budget, contrary to PPAD Act 2015, Section 44(2), which provides that all procurement of goods, works, and services of a public entity be within the approved budget of that entity, and for contravention of any other relevant law. That the Director of Criminal Investigation, that is on 6, and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigation on the senior management in KEMSA, including head of operations, the head of legal, on their role in disputed procurement process at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, and take appropriate legal action where necessary. That the State Commission Advisory Committee, in accordance with Kenya Medical Supplies Act 2015, Employment Act 2011, Fair Administrative Action Act 2015, and any other relevant laws, institute an investigation of the staff directly involved in the impurged COVID-19 procurement processes and handling of donation at Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, and appropriate remedial action to be taken. That within 30 days of adoption of this report in the National Assembly, the Board of Kenya Medical Supplies Authority be reconstituted in accordance with the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Act 2013 and the State Corporations Act Cap 446 for failure to effectively discharge its function as enumerated in Section 6(2) of the Kenya Medical Supplies Act 2013. Thereafter, the Director of Criminal Investigation and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission undertakes investigation on the members of the board. That within 60 days of adoption of this report, the House, in the National Assembly, that the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority establish standard operating procedures, SOPs, to achieve efficiency in procurement and other administrative processes in the authority. On the Ministry of Health, that the Director of Criminal Investigation and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission undertake investigation on the role of Principal Secretary, Ministry of Health, on disputed procurement process at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, and take appropriate action where necessary. that the Ministry of Health, in consultation with State Corporation Advisory Committee, in accordance with Section 27 of the State Corporation Act, CAP 446, undertake a review of the structure and organization of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority and submit recommendations to the National Assembly on reorganization of the authority within 60 days of adoption of this report. That the national government, through the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, to consider including all staff in hospitals in the payment of risk allowance, plus the other ones that I had already read, Mr. Speaker. And that the national government, through the Ministry of Health, to adequately fund the Kenya Medical Research Institute to improve capacity, staffing, innovation.
One minute to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, and I will ask the Vice Chair to second. We'll look at the KEMSA suppliers and the issues of donation and the rest of the provision of the rest that I have not handled, Mr. Speaker. It was a lengthy report, and I'd urge members to read so that we just don't pick what we have been picking in the media. It is really a very detailed report, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move. Thank you.
But just before the Vice Chair seconds, I have seen this before. When you recommend that two investigating bodies undertake investigations, which of them will you say has not investigated? If none of them investigates, because see, because now you say DCI and then ethics and anti-corruption. So now we don't know who is supposed to take action, because you have your committee on implementation, which is here in the House. If after whatever periods you have stated, 14 days, I don't know, 60 days, if nothing has happened has been done by any of those bodies, who do you now hold responsible? Is it the DCI? Is it the EACC? That's why, in these reports, I think you need to be very clear. If you suspect that what has happened is economic crime, refer it directly to the EACC. If you think it is murder, homicide, then the DCI will go and do his usual stuff, as alluded to by the Honorable Bukose. So I think even as you debate this report, some of these recommendations, just try to be a bit, so that you'll have somebody whom you can hold accountable. Yes. So there may be something that you may need to think, even as you listen to contributions from members, assuming that the members are going to adopt the report. Yeah? Very well, Honorable Joshua Kutuni, the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee embarked on a very comprehensive journey to investigate on the irregularity at KEMSA. And we came up with I believe it is a very comprehensive report, because we interviewed the people who matters the most. And Mr. Speaker, on the matter that you had raised earlier about what the committee did yesterday, I will say clearly that we did not give directives, only we just made recommendations, which has been captured today as part of the report. Mr. Speaker, part of the recommendation that the committee arrived at after doing the investigations, from where our able chair left, is that the Ministry of Health, through the National Hospital Insurance Fund, in consultation with the county government, expedite the process of rolling out insurance for health workers in the 22 counties. Mr. Speaker, I have a list here. You will be surprised. And Kenyans need to know this, that the counties which have insurance to their health workers, in this country, there are only 22. The counties which don't have insurance for their health workers are 27. And we have a list here which we are going to circulate to the members from Kilifi, Kwale, Tana River, Meru, Mandera, Nyeri, West Pokot, Samburu, Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Laikipia, Narok, Vihiga, Busia, Siaya, Homa Bay, Migori, Nairobi City, Makueni, Nyandarua, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Bomet. Mr. Speaker, this is a list of shame. The money that was meant to cushion the health workers, they diverted the money to infrastructure instead of directing the money to safeguard the interest of the health workers. Mr. Speaker, in part of our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is that the ministry should expedite the establishment of framework for offering counseling services to health workers, noting that non-utilization of funds set aside for psychosocial support for front-end workers due to lack of framework caused the problem. Mr. Speaker, 50 million was set aside by the ministry, and the money up to today is lying idle. The 50 million, which was meant for psychosocial support for the health workers. That the Ministry of Health, within 14 days of tabling of this report, should ensure that ChemShop procurement and procure and distribute the reusable face mask designated for the vulnerable in the society, noting that the National Assembly appropriated 300 million in June 2020 for this purpose, and the funds have been available in KEMSA since July, Mr. Speaker, 2020. Mr. Speaker, yesterday when they appeared before the committee, they said again they need another 14 days. When they appeared before the committee in September, they say they need another 14 days. Mr. Speaker, it is almost 2 months. Vulnerable groups, they don't have face mask. All these members of parliament, they used their own money to provide face mask. And yet we had appropriated 300 million, Mr. Speaker. On the suppliers, Mr. Speaker, the following you recommended that the Director of Criminal Investigation and EACC undertake in-depth investigation on the irregularities on all companies, including 83 companies that were awarded tenders by the authority with regards to the disputed COVID-19 procurement, and institute relevant actions against those companies found to have contravened the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and any other applicable law. That upon conclusion of relevant investigation, any company involved in the dispute COVID-19 procurement and found to have contravened the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 and engaged in any malpractice be blacklisted and barred from doing business with any government entity. That the Registrar of Companies, in accordance with the Companies Act 2015, undertake the audit within 60 days of tabling of this report on all companies, including 83 companies, annexing the report that were awarded tenders by the authority with regards to the dispute COVID-19 procurement, to ascertain their compliance with the Companies Act and take appropriate actions in instances of non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommended that Kenya Supplies Authority KEMSA conclusion of investigation by ethics and corruption in line with relevant undertake steps to resolve issues of stock relevant to KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue. We request the members to adopt this report because it is going to sort out the problem that we are having today. The stocks worth millions are lying idle at KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, we request the committee to rise to the House to rise to the occasion, and I second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
No, just give him 1 minute. That is not on record. Nobody.
Mr. Speaker, I second the report. Thank you.
Well, honourable members, as has been said, both you can see both the chair and the vice chair are really struggling to be within time. Those of you who have looked at this report, it's lengthy, so it's good also to advise that those of you who get a chance to contribute, if you pick a particular item, 1 or 2, just stick to that, so that at least you are able to cover as many areas of this report, because even the recommendations are quite many. I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its inquiry into the utilization of the funds appropriated to the Ministry of Health in the financial year 2019-2020 for the control and management of the COVID-19 pandemic, with focus on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, in brackets KEMSA, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, October 1st, 2020, subject to insertion of the following further recommendations, being recommendations numbers 30 to 39. So the motion has been moved and seconded. I know this new recommendations, or the Honorable Chris Wamalwa is, those who came to do this business, I think I can see you are ready. Now, the member for Funyula appears to be on top.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make the first contribution on this report by the Health Committee. Honorable Speaker, reading through the report, listening to the Chair and the Vice Chair, and skimming through the amended version really breaks hearts in this country. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 was visited on us like it has visited the other parts of the world. We had some bit of time to prepare to attack or defend ourselves from this invisible enemy. Honorable Speaker, the frontline workers were the health workers. But as I stand here today, reading through, listening to various media outlets, I can authoritatively say, and without any doubt of contradiction, that this country has let down the health workers. This country has let down the health workers simply because of selfishness, simply because we don't care, simply because corruption has become our top priority in this country. Honorable Speaker, what has happened in KEMSA ought not to have happened in a sane, sober minds. Honorable Speaker, those who defrauded KEMSA, who took the money from KEMSA, are Christians, are Muslims, are people who are there to various faiths. Honorable Speaker, this indeed is a wake-up call that if a Christian can steal from the dead, can steal from the sick, if anybody who purports to believe in God can steal from the sick, is indeed a shame and indictment of how we perceive our morality in this country. Honorable Speaker, it's again a shame that of all the counties, Busia County, being the border county, having realized most of the truck drivers are the carriers of the COVID-19, has not prepared and facilitated the health workers to deliver on this war. It's a shame, it's an indictment that indeed we have no medical cover for our health workers in the county. Yet we have one of the highest number of COVID-19 cases. Honorable Speaker, we need to re-examine our morality. We are a country that really needs to have a sober debate amongst itself. However greedy you are, however much you need money, it was saddening to steal the KEMSA money. Honorable Speaker, again, the institutions that we have in this country, and I want to focus on KEMSA. Honestly speaking, we need to re-examine. I wouldn't want to go into details, but it's a call to the Kenyans that we need to re-examine our moral values. We need to look at how do we deal with our things. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report.
Member for Tharaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to this report, which we are being asked to adopt this afternoon, and especially as regards the seriousness of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic that is with us. Mr. Speaker, I recollect very well that during the month of March, the Committee on Delegated Legislation, which I sit in, sat through and had to come up with lots of laws and regulations to try and control the pandemic, including setting aside money through a fund that will be used to combat the disease. Unfortunately, it never took long before it came to the limelight that, in fact, the civil servants entrusted with that money actually misappropriated it, stole the money, and converted it to their own use to the detriment of Kenyans. The net effect was, first and foremost, the health workers were exposed, and every other person who worked in that sector got exposed. The results of that exposure are what we are witnessing today. Our medical doctors and health workers dying in numbers because they do not have protective gear, they do not have facilities that they are supposed to work with. I have read the report and the recommendations, but what I'm worried about is these are just recommendations which, if we are not careful, will just be thrown into the back burner. Nobody is going to look at them. They will not be implemented, and that is the end of the chapter. And I agree with your observation that, in fact, we should have been direct. Where a crime was committed, we go to the relevant crime-fighting agencies. Where anything else was done, we actually go to that agency and we make a recommendation which says act on this, so that if you fail to act, we have a recourse by bringing you to this house and we make you answerable for what you have done. Because mere talk is not helping Kenyans. Kenyans out there are now dying in numbers. We are exposed, all of us, and we are losing our constituents. And most important again, I remember towards that June when we discovered these thefts, His Excellency the President gave an ultimatum of 30 days to the investigative agencies to come up with reports as to who was culpable for having misappropriated these funds. 30 days are over. We have had no report. We do not know what happened. And there we are. The only thing we talk about today are the COVID billionaires' hastes, what they were able to rip off from the country, and they got away with it. I therefore do agree, but this House, especially the Health Committee, must become more serious, must be more involved in ensuring that this report is not a dead letter report. It's not a report that has been brought here to sanitize ghosts of what other people did, or a report that has come here to cool down our anxiety. It is a report that should be followed up, ensure that it is enforced, and all the culprits who have actually misappropriated funds in respect of a pandemic such as this one should be brought to book. With those remarks, I do support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kadhiani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this report reads like a work of fiction. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's like a novel on crime. When you go through this report, it is shocking. It breaks my heart. Mr. Speaker, to imagine that people use this pandemic to make money, it's like they're dancing on graves of the dead. Mr. Speaker, I've just looked at how the blunted theft of public funds has been done. How are these money stolen? Mr. Speaker, the report tells us that there were companies that were set up in anticipation. When Corona broke out somewhere else, they knew that it would reach us. And therefore, they formed companies. There's a company incorporated on Valentine's Day. That was before the first case of Corona was actually discovered. And then, Mr. Speaker, this was given a contract worth 970 million on 30th of April. That is about 2 months later. Mr. Speaker, this corporation, KEMSA, was not even doing price surveys, which is against the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. There was a complete breakdown of communication between KEMSA and MOH, which is clearly being done so that maybe the ministry does not oversight them as expected. There was a problem between KEMSA management and KEMSA board itself. Mr. Speaker, the report tells us that commitment letters were actually being given to companies without prices and schedules. And the CEO himself, at that point, gave 9 such letters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, companies that were being given these letters were not pre-qualified. The report tells us that the procurement was done without a budget, which again contradicts the law. Then KEMSA, apparently the management ignored even the advisory that was being given by their own head of procurement. Mr. Speaker, The head of finance, when all this is happening, was quiet, yet he's the person supposed to say, we are going over the budget. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that, KEMSA has ended up with, stock worth 6.1 billion, which cannot be sold because it is already highly overpriced. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate. It is really, really unfortunate that this country can go through this. You know, when I heard the report on Jack Ma's Foundation's donation of some 21 packages, I always thought that that was a creation of the media, it was social media. I thought it was some kind of sick joke. Mr. Speaker, to find that it is really true, that these packages that were donated for this fight were actually stolen, it's really unfortunate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the recommendations, which I support. And I will start with the one where they are saying that face masks should be given to, in the new version, within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the problems we are facing as a country. Recently, I had people arrested in my markets, in the rural areas, and the people sometimes they have to choose between buying food and buying face masks. And these people are arrested because they don't have the money to buy face masks. And we have billionaires walking around who have stolen money from this country. I want to agree with the recommendation that all that stock be given out. Let it be given out. How can doctors and nurses be dying because they don't have PPEs and they're tied up in a go down somewhere? Mr. Speaker, I think it is a tragedy. But I want to agree with you also, Mr. Speaker, on who should handle this. These are crimes against humanity. In fact, I think these people should have even proposed that this goes to ICC at The Hague. I think that is where these people should be taken. But in the absence of that, we can specify the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Authority. I think maybe, unfortunately, what has been happening is that a lot of cases have been going there and maybe people are not seeing them bite. I want to say this is the time we want to see EACC bite because this is a tragedy against this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
For Garissa Township.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in discussion of this report. Mr. Speaker, corruption, for the first time, I can authoritatively say, has led to the death of many Kenyans. Let us call a spade a spade. There are people today, all of us sitting here, have lost our loved ones. We have lost our friends. We have lost our constituents. We have lost our colleagues on the basis of the corruption that took place in KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, it's also very, very sad, that today the frontline health workers lack PPEs. They suffer delayed salaries. They suffer and don't get their risk allowances. And above all, and it is very, very sad, that even in my own county, there is no insurance for health frontline workers. Speaker, this matter is very, very serious. The Speaker, on 26th of August, the President of the Republic of Kenya, whose legacy, one of his legacy is to fight corruption, issued a 21-day directive for the perpetrators of this corruption to be brought to book. That was 26th of August, Mr. Speaker. Till today, nobody has been brought to court. And we are watching, and we will watch, and we will wait. You can hide your friends. You can hide your colleagues in the political class. You can hide anybody. But I'm sure a day will come that those who participated in this haste, Mr. Speaker, will pay for the crimes they have committed, not only against the taxpayers of this country, but against many Kenyans who today are in their graves. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us is so serious. This House appropriated 23 billion. Donors paid, the World Bank, Denmark, USAID. And Mr. Speaker, KEMSA is the largest recipient of USAID fund in the whole continent of Africa from the US government. And I want to challenge the US government, and I want the US ambassador to listen to me. Even if we want to steal our own money, you must take care of the American taxpayers. Because for too long, the donors must, the World Bank must ask for value for their money. The Danish government must ask for it. The US government must not sit down. They have their own investigative agencies. And I'm sure they know the culprits. Mr. Speaker, a company that was formed 2 weeks when this pandemic broke, it's called Shop and Buy Limited. When I saw Shop and Buy, Mr. Speaker, I thought this is a company that sells, diapers, that sells presents. From the name, it's called Shop and Buy. And I watched the committee when the CEO of that company came for grilling. So, Speaker, that company belongs to a big fish. That guy was just a face of it. And Mr. Speaker, there are many. And I want to challenge the President. I want to challenge EACC. I want to challenge the Office of the Director of Criminal Investigation that do not be part and parcel of those who, in my own words, quote unquote, committed genocide against many Kenyans today who are in their graves. Do not be complacent. Bring those people to book. Mr. Speaker, misappropriation of funds, in this case, has led to death. Corruption has led to the death of many people. Over 1,000 health workers have tested positive. A number of key, top-notch doctors have died. Mr. Speaker, the matter is so serious that, Mr. Speaker, it is not only a recommendation that we can talk of. Mr. Speaker, finally, and I want to say it here clearly, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, the problem that we see in our counties, we are going to challenge the control of budget. The money we have allocated to counties, Mr. Speaker, has gone to waste. The President should not be having a virtual conference with these governors. The President should send his intelligence.
1 minute, 1 minute.
1 minute. Mr. Speaker, the President should send his intelligence team to all the counties, starting with the Garissa, where there's no even one single ICU bed, Mr. Speaker. All the monies this House allocated and the National Treasury sent to the counties, Mr. Speaker, has gone to people's pockets. The doctors in Garissa were on strike the whole of this week. 3-4 babies have died. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say it again, that this corruption, and when I saw Honorable Nikal crying, I was shocked. But he cried because there are many Kenyans who died in their hour of need by their government, and Parliament has allocated resources, but some people pocketed. Mr. Speaker, a crime of this nature cannot wait. It's genocide, Mr. Speaker. Governors must be held responsible. The controller of budget must be held responsible. And committees of this House, the Health Committee, should walk away from its comfort in the boardrooms here. They should go and visit the rural health centers and save the taxpayers' money. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that $2 billion that were given by government has gone to waste, and Kenyans and health workers have died because of corruption.
Member for Soba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the report by the committee, even though I want to agree as the members that we're hoping that the committee would have pinpointed people who are responsible and who have stolen money, because this is actually, I wish we were more spiritual as a parliament, because I would have asked the committee to put one of the recommendation, a curse on the people who are doing this, Mr. Speaker. But because we can't curse them, Mr. Speaker, the only thing that we can do is make very strong recommendations for prosecution, and by naming them specifically, because this money was stolen not by ghosts, but by individuals. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know even right now in my own constituency, a very prominent senior citizen who just retired last year from the service of the Republic called Mr. Onginjo, is being buried next week out of COVID. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I tried to save a very good pastor friend of our family who comes from Bungoma. And Mr. Speaker, just getting the basic facilities were a problem. And Mr. Speaker, when I raised this, I think the Bungoma County thought that I was attacking them. We just need to confront the reality that is facing our health system as a country. And some of it may not even necessarily be as a consequence of the governors, because fortunately, based on the, Mr. Speaker, the way I tried to help this pastor even just get an ICU facility, Mr. Speaker, and we failed to get until a very last minute. I was lucky that through that system, I was actually able to talk to several people in different counties, and I got horrifying stories about how our health workers do not have the things that they require, from the very, very basic ones. Some of them is because of a mismanagement by our counties, and we must hold our counties responsible. And we must also know where roles lie. Because I can see right now, all our attention is in the national government, but there are roles that are very specific to the county that they are not fulfilling. But we must also ask the national government to take action where people are actually, sometimes I sit in my house and I think I'm nuts, Mr. Speaker, because we are talking about PPEs that are lying because people are still debating back and forth and people are dying. Mr. Speaker, why can't we release this to save lives? Before then we can discuss about whether there was procedure. Because even if the procedure was done poorly and bad, if a life is saved, like the case of the pastor I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, I reached a point where we were just going back on procedure. I was so frustrated that afternoon, Mr. Speaker, I didn't even come to Parliament. Some of the members know because I was just calling all over, because I knew this is a life we could save. But we are following protocol. Or between county to county, we cannot release our ambulance. What nonsense. Release the ambulance and let us take you to the police. After you've released the ambulance, you've saved a life, and we will defend you here before the floor of the House. If there are PPEs that are not being released in KEMSA, release them and we'll defend you on the floor of this House. Instead, what we are hearing is about the irregular procedures that did not reach. I'd rather hear irregular procedures, but the facilities have reached where they need to reach. Then we can discuss that later, and we can hold you accountable. But also as a country, we need to be very serious about holding people accountable. And I'm hoping that the other committee, I don't know whether it was PAC or PIC, will come with the names. And Mr. Speaker, because we are hearing rumors that our own colleagues may be mentioned, if they are there, name them, shame them, because somebody is dying because you are trying to make money. This kind of money, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you should even allow us to speak in mother tongue. There's some anger that you need to just express in mother tongue and call them names in mother tongues. Because people are dying while you are making money. What kind of idiocy is that, Mr. Speaker? And what kind of greed? Shame on you. Thank you.
Member for Community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the Committee of Health, Mr. Speaker, under the chair of Sabina Chege and Honorable Gutun, the way they moved very fast to handle this matter. Mr. Speaker, I saw a lot of optimism. But when you read this report, Mr. Speaker, it is very disappointing. It's disappointing in the sense, Mr. Speaker, that it's sanitizing. If we are told that these are companies, Mr. Speaker, which were registered and within less than 3 weeks or 1 month they are given billions of tenders, they should go ahead and name this company, Mr. Speaker, and if possible, they shame them. We want them to be blacklisted from doing government business, Mr. Speaker. Why is the committee shying away from that recommendation? Because it is lacking. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing in the recommendation is blame game and forwarding the problem to DCI, forwarding the problem to DPP, but this House, Mr. Speaker, under Article 95, It is very clear that this House can deliberate and resolve any matter of importance to this country. If this company, the one they say, buy and shine or whatever, who are the directors? We know them because they're hiding, Mr. Speaker. And I expected a recommendation to show that buy and shine, this company is blacklisted. This is shady work, Mr. Speaker. The Committee of Health has disappointed us very much because we had COVID billionaires. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of KEMSA has been on record that the list of the companies he was given directive. He mentioned this. When you look at this, Mr. Speaker, the company, our committee that we trust, has shied away. Mr. Speaker, as I move on, Honorable Kutun is my neighbor. I respect him very much. He articulates things both in Kiswahili and English, which some of us cannot do. But when it came to recommendation, Mr. Speaker, and the way you've been articulating things of maize, I expected this to happen here. What happened to my brother Kutun, my neighbor? I don't know what happened. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, in terms of the market survey, I've seen you've gone to specifics of saying, investigate the legal officer, investigate the procurement officer, investigate the commercial service officer. I've not seen anywhere where it's targeting the CEO. The buck stops at the CEO. I've not seen. But you should have highlighted, you know, the importance of moving this, Mr. Speaker. You give the critical highlights, Mr. Speaker. That one I did not see. But as I move forward, Mr. Speaker, the more important thing I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, I've lost people who are very close to me. The medics who are close to me, the doctors and the nurses, Mr. Speaker, are our first line of defense. But if at all these PPEs are not given to them, we are nowhere to go. This weekend, I'm going to bury bishops, Mr. Speaker. They provide spiritual nourishment. This COVID doesn't know whose color is and whose pocket is. The president of this country, Mr. Speaker, has been very clear. And he gave a directive for this time frame. How sure are we that these particular bodies, which our committee has recommended, they are going to take action? Mr. Speaker, I listened to news. When the reports came from the ESCC and were taken to DPP, DPP sent them back, Mr. Speaker. That because the investigation had not been done comprehensively. So in this case, I expected also the committee to have called, if possible, the ESCC to come and shed more light on this matter, Mr. Speaker. COVID is a serious issue, Mr. Speaker, because I've lost people who are close to me. And we are here as Kenyans. My humble request is this. We reject this report, or we amend and improve when it comes to the recommendations, and I insist we must have those companies so that they get blacklisted from doing business with the government in future. I object.
Now let me just try to offer some guidance. I think in your contributions, well, you know the chair of the committee is the Honorable Sabina Chege. The vice chair is the Honorable Joshua Kutun. They are not in this committee, in this report in their personal capacity. So I think to avoid a situation of interruption, and that's why I'm trying to save all of you. Because remember the motion you passed is that everybody contributes for only 5 minutes. So if we begin at allowing interruptions with simply because you are mentioning people by their names, you can say they think the chair and the vice chair have not done a good job, that's okay. But please, let's try to avoid those direct attacks, because he's not just alone, the other members of the committee, they are at liberty to make whatever proposals. So really, let's not to avoid. I'm just trying to help you to move away from a situation whereby you'll be required to substantiate that you have not done this or the other. You can say the committee, not even necessarily the chair or the vice chair. There's the committee. Now there is a proposed further amendment. Honorable Kutuni, what's your point upon that?
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to my neighbor. Mr. Speaker, and you know, if You know, I think as colleagues and members of parliament, it's important to go through the report properly. My friend has taken this opportunity that you have given him to settle the local political scores because he knows that I'm the man who has managed him well in the ground. He pretends that he can be the governor of Trans Nzoia, so he wants to use this platform to smear some of the people who are very strong in the ground. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Mr. Chris Wamalwa, the purported doctor, Mr. Speaker, it is the report, Mr. Speaker, the report here, Mr. Speaker, the report is not for Mr. Kutunyi. The report is for the National Assembly. It was generated by the members of parliament and the members of the committee. And what he's saying is misleading the committee, the House, Mr. Speaker. Every issue, that company, Shop and Buy, we mentioned, read the annex. In every recommendation, we said annex. And even on the CR12, it is there, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my friend very clear that if you have any issue against Honorable Kutunyi, we can square it down there in the ground. But don't bring it into the national arena. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to avoid. Those village things, you can deal with them in the village so that we deal with the national ones. But also, and I say this when I alerted the House for the fact that there is an addendum. Remember, the addendum ranges from number 30, recommendation number 30. So please don't confine yourself to only these 9 or so recommendations. There are those others in the original report. It's for that reason that I drew attention to the fact that this is an addendum. So please, let's avoid personalized attacks, just debate. And those of you who have cared to look at the entire report, I'm sure you'll be able to debate this quite well. Even in those 5 minutes, you can make very serious and useful points. Let me allow the Honorable Kioni to move his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek to move the following amendment to this motion that is subject to insertion of recommendation 40, that where 2 or more agencies are recommended to undertake investigation by the committee, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is the lead agency. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I think this amendment is useful is because like the members who have spoken to the motion, this is an issue that has captured the minds of Kenyans. And if I can even imagine as we speak, Kenyans are really keen to hear what we are saying about this. And like the Mheshimiwa Miri Odhiambo has said, some of us find it very difficult because it is really hurting. If you imagine, yesterday I was in Daragwa, and I don't want to talk about it because of the family, but it is really an annoying thing, the way people are passing on because of COVID. And the way we seem to have taken this thing a little casually. But I'm not saying that the report is casual. I'm trying to add to ensure that what is finally recommended by this committee, it's something that we can action upon, that we will be able to implement it, that we'll be able to call a specific agency and ask them, what have you done? Where we are saying that this particular individual has done this, or this head of an organization has done this, which agency can we call within 14 days to find out what they have done? How can the implementation committee be able to enforce the resolutions of this House? And it's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I'm saying that if we then task the work with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Authority, we will be coming closer perhaps to getting some answers as the Kenyans expect to see in the coming days. They really would want to see some people arraigned in court. And I think this is not a game that we want to continue playing. It's an issue that is very difficult. I don't want to go outside the parameters of this motion, but it's an issue that is actually making it difficult even on the BBI. Those of us who don't want the BBI movement are using the COVID maneno as a reason as to say, can't we deal with this before we deal with this? So I think we need to show some seriousness, and I think this amendment helps in furthering that idea. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the member, I move, and I asked the member for Tharaka, the only member of parliament from DP, to second. Yes.
Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to second the proposed amendment and only add that it is in the common knowledge of all Kenyans that sometimes the investigative agencies try to investigate the same matter simultaneously, as a result of which a conflict arises and eventually the matter is left in abeyance. So we need to be as specific as we can. Where there are two agencies that are to investigate, let the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission be the lead agency. Anyone else will follow suit, and they may just chip in and bridge the gaps that may exist. With those remarks, I beg to second.
Well, we don't put questions before they are being proposed. I therefore propose the question, which is that the motion be amended by inserting the following further recommendation. Subject to insertion of recommendation number 40, which reads that where two or more agencies are recommended to undertake investigations by the committee, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission be the lead agency. I put the question? Very well. I put the question, that which is subject to insertion of recommendation 40, that where two or more agencies are recommended to undertake investigations by the committee, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission be the lead agency. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So the motion proceeds as further amended. As further amended by the Honorable Kioni. The Honorable Wawero Kiari, member for the Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and this opportunity is highly appreciated. And I stand to put in my word to this motion as amended and as further amended, Mr. Speaker. The essence of the investigation that was being carried out, Mr. Speaker, can be demonstrated by the fact that at the height of the COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we are told that Kenya was borrowing 4 billion Kenya shillings every day. Out of those monies that we borrowed, Mr. Speaker, there are credible reports that are telling us that 43 billion Kenya shillings were pocketed by people who have come to be known as the COVID-hit billionaires, Mr. Speaker. So in fact, what was expected of the Health Committee was to go in there and lift the veil so that we are able to see the actual faces of these thieves who are able to take away 43 billion Kenya shillings out of the monies that we do not have, because this money we were borrowing, Mr. Speaker. It has been said, Mr. Speaker, before, that COVID is such a big challenge that it is not just a health challenge, Mr. Speaker. COVID is actually going to test governments. COVID is going to test economies. COVID is going to test civilizations, Mr. Speaker. And right here in this country, I can say that we have been tested and we have been shaken, Mr. Speaker. So it begs for us to be able to get our priorities right, Mr. Speaker, because if we do not face COVID in the way that we are supposed to face it, it's going to annihilate this nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is medical caregivers is actually an afterthought, Mr. Speaker. The protection of doctors cannot be an afterthought. I was having a conversation with the very esteemed Honorable Dr. Nyikal, and he was reminding me that one doctor in this country serves over 16,000 patients, Mr. Speaker. So when we lose a doctor, we are not only talking of a name of one individual maybe a Dr. Were passing on, we are talking about a Kenyan who is offering a service to 16,000 people out there, Mr. Speaker. Over and above that, it takes a lot of investment, Mr. Speaker, to train a single doctor. This country invests in that one individual all the way to the level of their specialization, Mr. Speaker. So for us to imagine that it can be an afterthought to protect a medical worker in this country means that we have our priorities upside down, Mr. Speaker. Now, the truth of the matter is that it is becoming very clear, finally, that corruption kills. This is a direct link, a bold, thick line, not a dotted line, between corruption and deaths. So we were expecting that the Health Committee was going to go into the Ministry of Health, was going to go into Afya House, was going to go into KEMSA and lift the veil so that we are able to know who are these people who took away 43 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, the 64 pages that we have received in this report, Mr. Speaker, are actually telling us that 43 billion disappeared, one, with the KEMSA board, and two, with the PS of the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, we want to know if we are throwing the KEMSA board under the bus, if we are throwing the PS under the bus, who are these other people who ought to take political responsibility for the mess that has happened in the health sector, Mr. Speaker? We are very keen to also know, Mr. Speaker, who are the owners of the companies that are being hidden in this COVID history.
The Honorable Kiare, just hold on, there's a point of order. The Honorable Sabina Shege, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know it's wrong for any member to come and misinform this House, Mr. Speaker, because the things that he's alluding to, that we sacrifice a few people, shows that clearly he had not read the report. And I think when Honorable Kutuni was responding to Honorable Wamalwa, we urged the members to read the report, because the report has 40 recommendations, including what has been added by Honorable Kioni. The names of the companies, the directors, the CR12, they are part of that report. It's a huge report, not just the 64. The attachment. Kindly, members, I request, do not mislead this House. Read the report, and please, it's 23 billion, not 40-something billion. That was what was spent, and the loss, as per this report, is 2.1. KEMSA used 7 billion. How much money, or the 43 billion that we were supposed to investigate, Mr. Speaker? Let's not really politicize this thing, but be focused and informed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kiarie, let us try to keep to the report as it is. Proceed.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I stand guided, and I need to say that some of these issues that we are talking about are actually in the public domain. And the knowledge of the facts that happened in this KEMSA haste, Mr. Speaker, actually out in the public. They're not a preserve of a few members or a preserve of the committee. But I continue, Mr. Speaker. I need to say that what we were expecting to see, Mr. Speaker, was this veil being listed so that we can know some of these people who had companies that were a few days old, who did not show up in the committee investigation. And when the committee went to do their own investigation, they found materials worth over 10 million Kenya shillings branded in the insignia of these companies that we are being told that did not do business with KEMSA. We want the veil lifted, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to adopt a report that is conclusive. Finally, I await the report from the PIC, because I pray that it might carry a bit more meat and it might be more beefy than the report that we have received, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I object. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Kiare, I agree it's very emotional, this particular debate. I also must say that it is a terrible time. I have just received news of the loss of one of my very good friends, Joshua Nyamara, who has just passed on a few minutes ago through in the courtesy of this terrible thing that we are debating here. So this thing is real. It is terrible. And the Honorable Millie Odhiambo must know him. And the Honorable Millie Odhiambo will also tell you, the Honorable Kiarie, The matters that we are speaking to, lifting the veil, those are technical terms of law. That lifting the veil in companies, I don't think it is something that we should take very lightly. But we must find the faces behind these losses. I agree with you. So the next opportunity will go to the Honorable Bunyasi John, member for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's a bit difficult to get across with a mask, but I hope that my words will come out. Mr. Speaker, this is really a depressing, very depressing reading. I know that committees have a tough time sometimes calling a spade because they have to have some balance and so on. I guess that people expected much harsher recommendations. My first prayer would be that even as far as they have gone, that the agencies that are being tasked will not wait 18 months, 2 years, like you did with the NYS, to begin to move. Probably they do. Lifting the veil is a technical term, as you say. We know what it means, get down to beneficial owners, and the popular press and perhaps in social conversations, people know who they are. It's just a process, the difficulty of a process of mentioning them perhaps in this setting. But it's extremely important. It reminded me a bit, I was comparing my own mind with the limited information I have got on the relative weight of punishments across countries. Where, for example, in Kenya, which I'm not complaining about that you can commit murder and you go in and after 7 days, you can, whatever it is, you can get time out. You go back to your home. You can rape and you'll go into a police cell and the following day you come back to your market. I mean, we have become somewhat too liberal in terms of criminal punishment. But there are other countries, including some of those that are our big trading partners, in which corruption of this kind is settled with a firing squad. That cannot be unfair, particularly in this case, in which the theft, the graft, the corruption resulted in death. So it's not just that someone built a mansion and then that is it and we can just carry on, but that we have lost lives at the minimum attributable to these malpractices there were. This is really extremely serious. I was even inclined to say, why didn't they just completely dissolve something called KEMSA, so that we even change the name and we'll start anew with something else, rather than letting them carry on do business. This is in the DNA of the institution. KEMSA has come on and off, in and out, on these accusations over the years that they have existed, as well as their predecessor agencies. So I doubt that what we'll do will be a sufficient deterrence. Mr. Speaker, from reading the report, and I noted, by the way, that the report was signed out of the 19 members, 5 did not sign. I hope it was for good reason. Maybe they were away, there was something. But 5 not signing, I don't know whether because they don't want their signatures to be shown there. This is a serious matter that I thought everybody would have signed, just to show that there is consensus. Now, consensus is the new ugly word in town. And there was consensus enough within the committee. I don't want to make an issue out of that at all. Just mentioning it in passing. I find, of course, that when you're reading the observations, we do find names of the officers involved in various agencies named. When you go in the recommendations, they have remained with the titles, but I guess you have to flip back and find out who they are that they are talking about. And I guess this report would be read in total when it goes to any of these agencies and so on. But this is one in which I would urge the Health Committee to keep their eye on it. There are requirements here that they should report on a couple of things after such and such a time, so we can be kept abreast on where things are going. It's a bad season, even from an economic point of view that I can't miss. IMF is in town, and now they are familiar with all of these things we're doing. And the money we're asking from them, if you compare with the monies that are lost in this report, and just in the Ministry of Health only, not what they have investigated. Every year that we have done accounts with when I was in PAC 4 or 5 years ago, we have had to send away the PS several times. What is the lost in Ministry of Health alone?
probably exceeds the amount of money that we are going to be asking from them. We are in bad shape. We are in bad shape, and I hope that these people are not just ashamed, but they end up in jail. We should see them in striped clothes. If not that, we will not have gone far enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, looking at the observation number 23, that the committee is in receipt of a letter reference number which is given there, dated 15 April 2020 and addressed to the CEO KEMSA, MOH letter is approving the procurement of goods worth 758,690,583.25 as contained in the schedule annexed to the letter. Upon inquiry on the genesis and import of the letter, the Principal Secretary submitted documentation, including several emails clarifying the role of her office in the process. However, the verbal explanation given the Principal Secretary was inconsistent with the documentation submitted. Honorable Speaker, looking at this kind of trend that is happening here, and having listened to the President give a 21-day notice to the EACC and DCI to investigate, you are left wondering why the Principal Secretary is still in office. Does it also go in tandem with the DCI Director of Criminal Investigation standing and giving an investigation? Because he's been very fond of standing into the media, giving briefings on how investigations are being done, and nothing comes out of it. I think it is something that we need to move out of it, and it's a high time the President acts on some of these officers. Honorable Speaker, this issue about the COVID and the pandemic in general, as it is now, many frontline workers have perished. And you can see now, not just the frontline workers, but every citizen of this country. It's a serious matter, Honorable Speaker, that we need to actually put our act together as a country. And when we look at KEMSA having committed many of these haste where people are coming up with fictitious companies which are formed 2 weeks into operation, they are given tenders worth billions of money. Then you realize it's a big scheme. I like the recommendation by the committee that the investigative agent takes appropriate action. And I was hoping, you know, when you look at the recommendation of the committee, you look at the position they are in. We have PPEs which are in the warehouse, which needs to save life, which needs to be used by the healthcare workers, which also the masks needs to be given to vulnerable groups. Do we leave them lying there? No, we cannot leave them lying there. The committee recommends that within 14 days of adoption of this report, those PPEs must be given out and also the masks must be distributed. So I think there are recommendations here that can be further improved by the PIC. And this, to me, is a good start by the committee that we adopt this, make sure that we release these PPEs, but we'll ask the investigative agencies that they must be able to follow those COVID billionaires, freeze their accounts, recover the money that they have taken in so that there is no loss, and make sure that all those who conspired to do this, beginning from the PS, the CEOs, everybody else, those COVID billionaires who have hidden behind the companies, must be arrested and be brought to justice. More than 100 days after the president gives a notice, and the director of criminal investigation, the EACC director, nothing is happening. There is nobody. You find that the file is brought to the DPP, the file is taken back again. What is this that they are doing? Because that should not be happening in a country where you have responsibilities unless these people are colluding to continue stealing from the public. Honorable Speaker, the saddest thing again, when I looked at issues to do with the PPI, in the first PPI, the Health Service Commission was there. In the second launch of the PPI, the Health Service Commission was there. But in the final draft, the Health Service Commission is missing. So I ask my colleague, Honorable Dr.
The time is up, the Honorable Pukose. And you know it is 5 minutes, the Honorable Pukose. And you know, all of us, a lot of people would like to have a say. You've had your say, you've had your day. The Honorable Emanikor, you will hold on for 1 second because the leader of majority takes precedence and he has indicated he's ready to speak now. You will be the next. The Honorable Kimunya, leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this report of the committee and commend them for a job well done. When you look at the full report and the annexures, you appreciate the depth of the inquiry. Honorable Speaker, we all know the UN, in its report on COVID and human development perspectives, referred to this pandemic as a human development crisis. The World Health Organization declared this virus as a global pandemic. Echoing the statements of these two reputable organizations, I wish to state that to me, this pandemic is perhaps the worst kind of pandemic to hit our generation. We were not there in 2018, in 1918, but at least we have seen the impact on a global scale. When you look at the total number of people who are affected in terms of directly by the disease, affected because they have somebody they care for, affected by fatalities, it's a global pandemic. It's brought the whole economy of the world on its knees and changed the way our lives move or revolve, and even the way we go about our business. When this outbreak came into our country in March of 2020, I'm aware that a number of far-reaching measures were put in place, and some of which continue up to date. And much as we may downplay some of those things, if these measures had not been put in place, the fatalities, the infection rate we are seeing now would have perhaps been in multiples of now. Mr. Speaker, the government established the National Emergency Committee on 27th of February 2020, which then was mandated to ensure that concerted efforts and response was put in place towards this pandemic. And at this point, even as we condemn what's happening, even as we say the committee should have done ABCD, I would want to look at, first of all, the work of this committee, the response committee, because it's them who have been coordinating all these efforts, and the work and efforts of our frontline workers. I know they've suffered fatalities as they save lives. You know, basically risking their own lives to save lives. But it's because they are coordinated and efforts have been put in place that we are only talking of 1,427 people dead as of today. I know one person dead is bad enough. But if you look at, if we didn't have these efforts in place, all these limitations on socialization, if we didn't have all those, the numbers would have been worse. If you look at, we're talking of 80,102 people infected. Now, if you look at how many people have passed on, compared with the number of people infected, which then gives you a fatality rate, is about 1.7%. We are way below the global average, which is 2.3%, which tells you Kenya is doing something good to avoid fatalities. There are countries that are in the 3,000, way above the global average, yet they're even in the developed countries. But we are doing something, and we must commend our health workers. Even with the limitation they have, at least they're able to do something. Mr. Speaker, despite the health protocols and social measures and directives that were put in place, the government also allocated 26 billion through this House. And part of that money is what this committee has been looking at in terms of what happened. The development partners also put in their money, and including the Jack Ma's Foundation's kits that we now know some of it is yet to be traced. I don't expect the committee would have been turned into detectives overnight to go looking for where it disappeared, but at least the committee has highlighted that matter for further investigation. Now, it's unfortunate, obviously, Mr. Speaker, that even as a government, as this House, as Kenyans, as the international community, have been trying to put efforts to contain, including the private sector, who just donated quite a bit of their money into this, to contain the effects of COVID and offer the support needed to the ministry and the healthcare workers. Some of these efforts have been derailed by circumstances that have been highlighted in this report. Honorable Speaker, loss and misuse of public funds is not unusual in Kenya, but it's disastrous and ought to be condemned in the strongest terms possible. And as members have highlighted here, it's even worse when these funds that are potentially lost, because I think I've read this report and I've not seen where they said money has been lost. Yeah? This money may have been misused, or there's no evidence yet to suggest that money was properly used until we get these investigations. And I thank the committee for wording their report in a professional way, because you're not judging anyone. You're not saying somebody has lost money or somebody has stolen money. But yes, there is red flags have been raised that perhaps things are not right and they require further investigation. But the worst thing is whether lost or potentially lost. It's that this money was meant to save lives. And anyone who takes this is like the chap who takes an ambulance or misuses any life-saving public resource is somebody who should actually be declared a national enemy. Now, you may recall, and I think it's been highlighted here, that His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, directed that investigation be done and a report on the expenditure of COVID-19 fund is prepared. I'm glad the committee has reinforced this call, and I believe even when we receive the report of PIC and the report of the Senate committee and all other committees that are looking at this, the message will be the same. Let us have this investigation expedited. And I think that's what we need to get, so that we don't just keep looking at newspaper headlines, which have their own motives. We don't look at reports by some extortionist editors, which have their own motives, but now we can have some formal report to say, yes, we put in so much money in KEMSA. What did KEMSA do with the money? There's debate as to what would have happened if, for example, KEMSA decided we don't have money, so we can't buy PPEs. And then the escalation of the pandemic finds that we don't have PPEs, yet the only body that's mandated to purchase is just sitting idle because there's no money. And those are some of the things that we need to look at, but that's for the investigators to look at extenuating circumstances. Because I seem to read and get the impression that KEMSA arguing that, yes, we bought all these PPEs at the prevailing market rate then, which was very expensive, because we didn't want to be caught as a country without adequate stocks. In the event, globally, supplies chains were then enhanced to respond to the global pandemic, and the production costs went down, the prices went down, but poor KEMSA, with its rigidity in the purchasing, found itself with all these stocks of highly priced items, which the committee is now recommending that perhaps we need not start blaming the mongoose and the chicken, yeah? That the chicken was eaten because it had strayed. Yeah? We need to start thinking of what's the best we can do. We have PPEs, we have sick people, we might as well sort them out, because it will not change the values. Those are paperwork. But at least we have PPEs in the country that we can use. They were bought for purposes of mitigating potential loss, and hence, I really support the committee's recommendation on that. In looking at these reports, I particularly like committee recommendation number 28, which is to amend Section 35 and 69 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015. Because when we do things in a committee, the standard reports you get here basically say, investigate, investigate. But this committee has gone further and identified a loophole in the law that if we seal, we will perhaps save future losses of money. And I think that's, I want to commend this committee, and let it be a lesson for others, that as you do an inquiry, identify not just the loopholes, but what law can we tighten as Parliament to avoid that law or that loophole being used by somebody in the future.
The Honorable Kimunya, 1 minute.
Yes. I think it's, so I think it's against that I need to commend the committee. On investigations, like I said, I appreciate this committee has identified all the persons and companies of interest and recommended that they be investigated by competent person. I hear members here asking for a listing of the companies, a listing of the individuals. That is not how things are done. This company has said suppliers, there are 83. Let DCI do it. So and so, we did this, let DCI do it. That is what we should be doing as a house. Now, purporting to become investigators overnight, crime busters overnight when we are members of Parliament, will only lead to mudslinging in this house. And I really want to commend the Committee on Health for setting the standard on perhaps how these inquiries should be done. Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to support and recommend the committee for the professional way they've handled these reports.
Very well. Honorable Kimunya, your contribution is noted. We shall now have contribution from the Honorable Emanuel, member for Turkana.
Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to support the report. And because I'm a member of the committee, I'll not go into the detailed recommendations because that has already been articulated by my chair and vice. Honorable Speaker, when we were investigating the accountability, austerity, and compliance of KEMSA with PFM laws and the PPAD Act, we realized that they failed that exam because they told us they did the procurement using the reverse procurement method or the retrospective method, where, Honorable Speaker, they just called on suppliers to bring supplies to their stores without negotiating, without, so that's why we found so many things in the warehouse. The other thing we checked, Honorable Speaker, is the timeliness of supplies, because we are talking of life and death here. And that again, they failed, because even the retrospective in procurement, which was meant for the emergency, did not realize that purpose. And finally, we're also looking at the protection of health workers. That again is an exam that KEMSA failed, because had they supplied these things in a timely manner, we would have saved our workers. Honorable Speaker, given the looming strike, given the high risk our health workers are exposed to, and having lost over 32 health workers, 10 of whom are consultants of high repute, of high long-time training, given the prevailing panic among the Kenyan public and the overstretching of both health facilities and staff, Honorable Speaker, I urge this House to adopt this report. Honorable Speaker, the distribution of PPEs to public facilities will help us in the current plight of the frontline staff workers. Honorable Speaker, you may have seen Honorable Nyikal with his contagious tears in the committee. We did not cry because we were unable to act, but we cried because of the pain that we saw these frontline workers facing. Like any other leader, we know the leaders all over the world have been crying. Even Jesus in the Bible cried. And I know even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, also cried severally because of the pain that people go through. Honorable Speaker, the Exchequer also delayed with the funds to counties especially. And that is why we realized when we went out to counties that most monies had not been spent because they came towards the end. And the other thing is that the 500 million that was meant for the group life insurance for health workers also is still held either in Treasury or in the ministry, which we have said should be sent straight to the NHIF for health workers. And this gives me the reasons why some county governments have gone to private insurances. But again, these private insurances are not covering COVID. And we really want to urge the governors and their governments to look at, to review the insurances that they have for their doctors so that COVID is covered. Honorable Speaker, the resurgent transmission of COVID in the country, and the wave that is hitting the rural counties is causing alarm, fear, and calls for urgent action. And this is why we really want this House to approve this report. Thank you.
It is true, the Honorable Emanuel, that the shortest verse in the Bible, John 11:35, Jesus wept. These are true circumstances that would have seen Jesus weep. The next contribution will be from the Honorable Adagala, member for Vihiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also am a member of this committee. We've gone through pain, working all over, visiting several counties and several organizations like KEMSA, several hospitals, as matters concerning COVID-19 and the KEMSA scandal. Mr. Speaker, it has not been easy. It's been a difficult task for this committee, having meetings with the various stakeholders and the people concerned, and we have come up with this report, Mr. Speaker. And as we look at the country at this time, so many people are dying, the medics, the people of Kenya are dying because of COVID-19. This is a pandemic that we were not very ready for it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to say to the people who lost their lives, including and who are still losing, as this House, we need to adopt this report so that the necessary entities or bodies that are supposed to do proper investigations to go on with their work. Because people are talking of COVID-19 millionaires. As a committee, we really tried our best. So the security apparatus can now take over as the recommendations from the committee and handle the remaining cases to see that if it is corruption and the people who are concerned, people who have taken the money from this COVID-19 kit, KEMSA, name them, should be prosecuted and maybe money be brought back, because right now we are in the second phase of this pandemic and it is serious. We need masks. Our people in the villages need masks, need treatment, PPEs. The medics, the front line workers need to be supplied with the necessary materials. And even somebody said, and the back line workers also must be looked at. So as a committee, we have done what we could. And even some of you, it's in the whole country domain. It was so emotional to some of the leaders, and especially one of our senior doctor here. And people may look at it and think it's a simple thing. As a party, like my party, Aman National Congress, ANC, we have lost a member just because could not get oxygen in one of the hospitals in the village. This is a serious matter. It's not a laughing matter. And this House needs to support members of the committee with what the committee has come up with, so that proper investigations are done by the investigative entities, so that the culprits must be brought to book, so that Kenyans can know those who embezzled funds made for COVID. It's a curse. Somebody's in the ICU gasping with oxygen, and you steal equipments or medicines meant to rescue that person. Is a curse. And my speaker, Mr. Speaker, you have even continued to say, Jesus wept. As a country, we are weeping. This pandemic is not an easy thing. This pandemic, as the minister says, if we treat it normally, it will treat us abnormally. So we have to work, we have to see as a parliament, we represent Kenyans who are outside there suffering. Let us take the committee's recommendations very seriously and work on it. Mr. Speaker, I support this report.
Very well done, the Honorable Adagala, member for Vihiga. We shall now have contribution from the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, member for Ndaragwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I want to join my colleague in saying that as we support this report and commend the work that has been done by the committee, without doubt, we need to perhaps ask for a little bit more from the committees that table reports in Parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, this House, the Kenyans look upon us. You speak on behalf of the Kenyans. And even when I see Honorable Nyikal shed tears, it's not that, it's not anything else. It's really a demonstration of where we are as a country. And I don't envy any person in the government. I was in the US, and I can tell you that this contributed heavily to the loss of the seat by Trump. It's a very difficult time when you are in government to be in this kind of a situation. Mr. Speaker, the PA said that you treat it normally, it will treat you abnormally. I want to say that those who treated this as an opportunity for business, a normal business opportunity, it will treat them abnormally. The money you got from here will haunt you to the grave. This is not where you go to make money. You must be a very evil person. I mean, how do you look for money when people are dying in this kind of thing? You must be a person beyond rescue. And subjecting us to this kind of things is really an annoying thing. Even I know that you must supply equipment, you must do all those things, but let us, for once, let us have some human feeling. Stop looking for money in this kind of thing. It's like, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much, but it's really hurting. I have been to my constituency for very many number of days, number of times, and the people who are really passing on because of COVID, the 10 number we are being told here on a daily basis is a terrible statement of numbers. Because perhaps those are the number of people we are burying in Daragwa alone, I can tell you. But I know we must be fed on something. I support the report. It's a good one for what they did. But certainly, we need names here in another 1 or 2 weeks. And that is why I think we would want to see something being done by Ethics and Corruption Authority. I certainly would expect the PAC committee to do a little better than the PIC committee to do a little better, much better, in terms of naming the persons who are supposed to be investigated. Mr. Speaker, I do not see any harm in saying, when you say the head of this department, carrying the name of the person into the report. You have not said anything else. You have still just carried the name of the person you want investigated into the report. And that way, as Parliament, we will be helping even the executive to try and bring some teeth in the fight against this corruption. And I see the committee has said that the companies that are involved are 85 of them. Again, if there's somebody who had even the mind, forget about doing it. If there's somebody who even had the mind of constituting a company for purposes of trading with the COVID disease pandemic, that's already a mind that needs to be known by Kenyans. Not for us to do anything else, but to know that in the event that tomorrow we entrust you with this kind of an office, that is the human heart that you take to those offices. Because, Mr. Speaker, we must go beyond the issue of the law. What does the law state? We need to entrust some of these offices with people who have a feeling of the people. And I want to say it again. I sat among members of our community in Daragwa yesterday in a place called Chamata. And you look at them, we are all, of course, masked, so you cannot quite tell what people are thinking, but you feel with them. They are looking upon us to give them solutions. I'm seated there. I am almost helpless. I am actually helpless because there's nothing else I can do other than to cry with them. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that other than these reports being good, as they are now, we are saying, let us look for ways of allowing people who have a human heart into these offices. Not people who can give you, and it will be terrible if there is a member of this House who has benefited from this same amount of money, while we are being expected by the people outside there to help them. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is not, and I'm not saying this, I have nobody in mind, but it is, I'm speaking from my heart. I am crying as Nyikal. It's only that you cannot see my tears.
The Honorable Thuku Kwenya, member for Kinangop. The Honorable Nyikal, you will speak. You are the next actually on my list. Don't worry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this report by the Health Committee. And Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that we are discussing a pandemic that is currently here with us. And of course, about 8 months ago, when it was declared a pandemic, the country started its preparedness. But nevertheless, we're still grappling with the reality of it, losing our frontline workers, losing citizens, and many of our citizens getting infected day in, day out. And the most interesting thing that I've read from this report, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that KEMSA still holds about 95% of the stocks that were procured, albeit irregularly, is indicated in the report, so that then maybe the law was not followed. And I use the word maybe because there is active investigation that is ongoing. And I want to join my colleagues in the outcry and the cry that we have as to whether there was propriety in terms of procurement. But from what I get from this report is that indeed supplies were procured. The only question that begs today is about propriety, whether the law was followed, whether there was corruption and issues like that. But the most important thing that I want to address myself to, Mr. Speaker, is the recommendations that have been brought about as further recommendations from number 30 to number 39, where now Health Committee is giving us very good recommendations as far as this report is concerned, is giving it impetus as to how as to what needs to be done, because something must be done as much as investigation is ongoing. We cannot have PPEs lying in our stores or KEMSA stores when our doctors are passing on, when our front health workers are being infected day in, day out, and we seem to be helpless. Whereas help is just a drive away. So I am supporting this recommendation that PPEs that are held in KEMSA stores be distributed forthwith to all, to all our health facilities, to our schools. This morning I was looking at a video that was taken in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker, and I got so sad. A parent was so worried about his kids in school, because apparently one of the pupils or students passed on in school, collapsed, and infected other three. They all passed on. Others are in hospital. Yet we still have stocks lying in our stores. We cannot allow ourselves to suffer a double tragedy, whereby double tragedy in terms of loss of money and loss of life. We must save one. And I think life is dearer to all of us. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think this is something that this report needs to be adopted and expeditiously implemented, especially as far as PPEs are concerned, because it's a scourge that is ongoing. We are not yet to see the end of it. Mr. Speaker, the issue of making sure that our front line medics get insurance covers, that is something that we should not even be debating today. It should have been done like yesterday. These are our soldiers. They need to have the best of access to medical care. We cannot afford to continue losing doctors, Mr. Speaker. Training a doctor in this country is quite expensive. So you can see, you lose that life and you lose all the monies that we spend in terms of training of our doctors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also, to conclude, I'm looking at recommendation number 39, where medical insurance cover and arrears for contract staff is still pending. How many times must we speak and sound alarm so that then this can be implemented? Money has been provided, yet nothing is happening. We need to see someone bite the bullet. Well, if it's the PS who is the accounting officer who is sleeping on our job, or it's the CS himself, then they should just step aside and have competent Kenyans just run the Ministry of Health, so that then we don't continue suffering the shame and the pain that families are going through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the report, and I hope that it's going to be implemented.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Kwenya. The sooner this equipment is provided to those who need it urgently, with the urgency that it was procured, it was expected that it would have also been rapidly distributed to those who really need it. I agree with you. The Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to talk about this. Let me start by thanking Honorable Kioni for the amendment that has helped us to direct actions. But I also feel vindicated that today, as I heard many people speaking, I have a feeling if they were with me when we were listening to the health workers, they would have cried. It is not, when we hear those numbers, 10 have died today, 10 now, there are 1,000, those are people with families. They are not Gandhi bags that we are counting. There are children behind, wives behind, husbands behind. They have died. Then we move on, Mr. Speaker, and now the people we have trained and mandated to help the people who are dying are also dying. Mr. Speaker, to many of us here, those other people who are dying, the health workers, may just be numbers. But to me, they are people I know. Some were my students, some were my colleagues, a few were my teachers. Dr. Jude Weru Molo died. He has not been buried. He was amongst the 3 people who started kidney disease treatment, this renal dialysis that everybody is talking about. Now he's gone. Luckily, he was teaching. He has trained some people. So as a country, as leaders, we must try that when we see numbers, there must be people behind them and feel for them. If we don't, we can make the decisions. Mr. Speaker, if you went through the process as a committee, people are very mad at what happens at KEMSA and what happened at the ministry, those companies that were formed. Those were very, very disappointing and annoying. But for us, after we have gone through that and felt the anger, then the health workers come and tell us what is happening to them, and you can directly link it to what you saw. And I'm telling you, it is that meeting where we cried that gave rise to these other recommendations, 30 and onwards. So I believe our feeling did not go for nothing, because these recommendations are touching on what needs to be done for people who are suffering. The other recommendations are looking at systems and also looking at people who have had, who need to be either jailed, fired, but even if they're jailed and fired, they are still alive. These ones, these other recommendations, if we implement them, we are going to save people. So thank you. But what COVID has shown is that our health system is weak. And it has shown another thing, that corruption eats through the system and kills people. And I can say, the corrupt people who have done this, the business people who have been in this, they have killed more Kenyans than the doctor strike can kill. Mr. Speaker, that's why I cried. Today I'm strong, I will not cry. But I believe crying for your people cannot be a sin, nor can it be a weakness. But this thing touched the financing system, the human resource system, the health commodities, the governance, the four main systems of our health system. Money was there, it was not used. Procurement, KEMSA, the commodities, KEMSA did all the things we have heard from KEMSA. Governance, there was a poor communication between the ministry and the board and the CEO. We have even made recommendations to that extent. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we have looked at those, and then we looked at these recommendations, PPEs are supporting our people. Provision of group life, the health workers are dying, they have no group life. Insurance for their cover, some health workers taking the chair with just 1 minute.
And please don't cry in the 1 minute. Just finish talking.
Yes.
Go on, 1 minute for you, Honorable Nyikal.
And that 1 minute, we must look after our health workers, and Honorable Pokosi has gone. We will need the Health Services Commission, whether it is in the Constitution or statutory, but we will make it a health constitution that will manage our health workers. I think the counties must accept that the way they have managed the health workers, they need some help, and it is this Health Services Commission that is going to help us. With that, Madam Speaker, I support this report.
The Honourable Member for Kinango, Honourable Thuku, you spoke already? No, you. Member for Kiharu, Honourable Ndindi. And members, if you have spoken, please take out your card to avoid confusion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the chance. And first of all, Madam Chair, it is very disappointing for me reading the report from the Health Committee, because it is
in my opinion, full of a lot of explanations for small things. Verbosity, platitudes, because, Madam Speaker, I would have preferred much more far-reaching, especially recommendations. And I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, knowing very well what has been happening in our country, and as other members have spoken before me, this is no longer about statistics. It is no longer about purely epidemic. It is much more about the faces, the victims, and their families who have suffered through this pandemic, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, because many of us were following through the committee sessions, Madam Speaker, even with the anger that we watched, for me and the people of Kiharu, we would have expected much more harder, Madam Speaker, recommendations, and especially in regards to the vendors and regards to the business people, Madam Speaker, who were involved in the KEMSA billionaire saga. Madam Speaker, it is just fair to say that we were going in a very good trajectory prior to this scandal, Madam Speaker. Many Kenyans were masking, many Kenyans were very cautious. But afterwards, Madam Speaker, the Kenyan population started to relax the measures, basically because some of them thought actually the entire pandemic was just about money minting and it was just about corruption, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the blood of all those people, Madam Speaker, and even, in quotes, the careless Kenya afterwards, Madam Speaker, all that responsibility and all that liability goes to the people who are the masterminds of this scandal, Madam Speaker, that we are speaking about today. Madam Speaker, we have talked about vendors, and I have seen the committee have tried to capture some of the companies by name. But Madam Speaker, this country have a tendency of just seeing some peculiar faces when those summonses are called, Madam Speaker, but we need to go much further to the beneficial owners of these companies. Because most of the people who actually attended the committee sessions, Madam Speaker, are just but the proxies of the real owners of the billions that were stolen. And I hope, Madam Speaker, the recommendation on deeper investigation will not just present the faces, but also unmask the faces so that we can see the real beneficiaries of the billions that were stolen from KEMSA, Madam Speaker. But also, Madam Speaker, I have to say that I've read the observations and I have read the recommendations. And judging by the Kenya that we live in, and even the history, the recent history, Madam Speaker, the recent one, we have seen that most of the people, the public officers in senior government offices, when you are embroiled in such kind of a scandal, the honorable thing to do is to step aside so that credible investigations can be conducted. We have seen some of the people in the management of KEMSA, Madam Speaker, are already out of office. I want to ask from the floor of this House, what is the PS for Health doing in the office? Yet we have seen even in the report where he actually wrote letters directing the management to give tenders to some companies, Madam Speaker. The honorable thing to do for PS Mochache is to step aside so that we can have credible investigations. But also, Madam Speaker, even in this House, and the leadership of the Health Committee have to be called to order. I have looked at the recommendation. I was waiting to see a company called Meraki Healthcare Limited, who I know from here, Madam Speaker, that the beneficial owners of that company are actually part of the leadership of the Health Committee of this House. Madam Speaker, we have to stop the hypocrisy and we have to speak out in this matter, Madam Speaker, because we are talking about lives lost while some people, Madam Speaker, are just out there gratuitous, eating the money that was actually supposed to have saved lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I object.
Let's have the Honorable Honorable Kutun. You on a point of order?
Yes. Madam Speaker, as we had said earlier, that members should avoid bringing their political differences from outside there to this house. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, this matter, by casting aspersions on the integrity of the leadership of the committee, it is wrong, without substantiation, without evidence, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was an opportunity for the members to appear before the committee and come with evidence against anybody. But these people, they never appeared. In fact, Madam Speaker, this is the same thing they've done with BBI. They are not giving any evidence. So anybody trying to oppose this committee are protecting billionaires, the COVID billionaires, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kutuny, I think members know the general rules of debate. If you insinuate any improper motive on another member of parliament or another member of this house, then you need to bring a substantive motion or substantiate your claims. And it was earlier said that we should confine ourselves to that which is within the report and avoid personalization of issues. And with that, I think, honorable members, going forward, let us confine ourselves to the rules of debate of this House. Let's have the Honorable Leader of Majority. What is it?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, based on what you just guided and the earlier guidance given on the debate in this House and avoidance of personalization of issues, would I be in order to ask that you order that the words uttered by the Honorable Didi Nyoro in casting aspersions on the leadership of the committee be expunged from the proceedings of this House, now that he has finished his contribution and may not be able to provide evidence?
Honorable Leader of Majority, I think we need to proceed based on what I have said, that going forward, and you know, Honorable Kutuny, you put in your point of order after the member had spoken. So you are talking to issues that overtaken by events. So going forward, honorable members, we will not allow for any personalization of debate. And I want us to proceed from here, because we cannot now go back to regurgitate on matters that have already been debated. Let us go to the honorable member for Ganze, Honorable Mwambire Gumbao.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I support the report, and it is I'm on record, Madam Speaker, to be among the first victims, suspected victims in this country. And if you remember, we even tried to come up with an ad hoc committee, which was misconstrued by the other members, and at the end, we lost that opportunity. Because by that time, Honorable Speaker, we had a vision that in the future, if we will not be careful, such things could occur. And if you go through the report and the other information that we have gotten from other committees, it is evident that there was a total confusion, and I don't know whether that confusion was administratively or it was orchestrated by some people to make sure that they divert attention so that they can sneak with their big bundles of money. You can imagine a CEO writing directly to the PS Finance, a CEO, KEMSA, writing directly to the PS Finance. And administratively, he's supposed to write to the PS Health. So these are some of the issues that we have seen, which we don't even know where they came out from. So we need, as members, we need to be very, very careful and be honest, because I'm seeing some members thinking that maybe There are others who want to be sacrificed or not. We need to put it very clear because this is blood money which was taken by people. We lost our colleague. We have lost a number of former colleagues. We have lost a number of MCAs across the country. We have lost a number of Kenyans across the country. And if you look at the arithmetic of issues in this country today, the numbers are surging on, and even the death numbers are surging on. The health workers themselves, Madam Speaker, have issues. They are lacking critical care services. They don't have even oxygen in their hospitals, in the level 4 hospitals across the country. We are wondering why this is happening, because we are expecting the ministry to be guiding the counties, because the counties were supposed to have been guided. But if you make inquiries, you are informed that, okay, we are not getting supplies because of this and that. Why? Because of thugs who had invaded KEMSA. We need to make sure that all the thugs who invaded KEMSA are taken good care of. We don't mind whether who is coming from which tribe or which region. This is the time to make sure that everyone who was involved is taken good care of, because we know sometimes there's some diversion. Today here, almost everyone is supporting, but tomorrow you'll hear some of us may be claiming that their tribe is being targeted simply because we are targeting these people. So those people who are involved must be taken care of, regardless of where they're coming from. Madam Speaker, if you see an elder man crying before the public, that is a total curse. I respect Honorable Nyikal. He's more of my father. My father is 96 years. He might not be my father, but my uncle. But if you saw him crying because of what is happening in this country, that is an indication that we need to make sure that everyone who is in office should take good care of what he's supposed to do. We cannot allow people to transform this nation to be like a banana republic. So let's make sure that everyone supports. I know there are some reservations, but the reservations should be kept aside at this hour so that at least we can make sure that we pass this report and serious action can be taken right away. Even before Christmas, we must see people dancing in jails because of messing up with Kenyans. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Did the Honorable Ngubao say that Honorable Nyikal is 96 years old? No. Okay, I might have heard it wrong, but nevertheless, I think he laced that with nice words about Honorable Nyikal. Let's have the Honorable Shaban Namsi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii, nami pia niongeze ama niweze kuzungumzia swala hili ambalo ni swala nyeti sana hapa nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, hoja hii ya kuleta taarifa kuhusu makadirio ya pesa yale ambayo ilipeanwa kutoka wizara tofauti na vile pia hata tume yetu ya bunge iliweza pia kuhusika kwenye makadirio yale kwa kuhakikisha kuwa pesa zile ambazo tulikuwa tumepatiwa tuliweza kuzibadilisha ziende zitumike kwenye janga hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, si siri kuwa kuna utukutu mwingi sana hapa nchini. Utukutu wa kuhakikisha kuwa Wakenya wafanyabiashara walio na tabia ambayo sio nzuri wameingilia swala hili wakiona kuwa kuna nafasi ya wao kulia janga hili, kupatia na kujishibisha katika janga hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati ya bunge ya kusimamia masuala ya afya imezungumza kinaganaga juu ya matatizo yale ambayo yaliyoko na haswa pesa zile zilivyofujwa badala ya kutumika vile inavyotakikana. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri ya kwamba wale ambao walikuwa wakifanya biashara KEMSA hawakutambua kuwa Wakenya wanahitaji kupata usaidizi inavyostahili katika janga hili. Wafanyikazi wetu, wahudumu wa afya na madaktari pamoja na wahudumu wengine wa afya wanajikaza kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa Wakenya wanapata huduma. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia mimi maeneo yangu bunge ni mpakani. Tuko na shida ya corona ya kutoka nchi jirani na pia ya kutoka huku kwetu kwenyewe. Sasa pale tumepigika sana. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ni shida kubwa iliyoko kule kwa sababu mtu akija hospitali akose kuwa ataweza kuvuta pumzi. Hata kama sio corona wala ugonjwa mwingine wowote, ni kuwa hawawezi kusaidika, manake hawawezi kupata njia ya kupata hewa ya haraka haraka ili kuweza kutibiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Wakenya wana shida kubwa sana. Mimi nashangaa mtu anaweza kulala usingizi akijua kuwa amechukua pesa kama hizi, amezifuja kwa ufisadi na kuweka mfukoni na kulala kuwa anatajirika kwa sababu wanawe wanatakikana kuishi vizuri kuliko Wakenya wengine. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la aibu, ni jambo la kusikitisha. Na kusema kweli, kwa sasa hivi nilikuwa nimetumaini kuwa kufikia sasa kuna watu ambao tayari wangekuwa wanachezea jela. Kama kweli vita dhidi ya ufisadi ni vya uhakika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni laana, ni dhambi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilipokuwa namwangalia aliyekuwa katibu wa kudumu, tulifanya kazi naye Dr. Nyikala ambaye ni daktari pia. Nilipomwangalia akibubujikwa na machozi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wengine labda walifikiria ni utani. Jambo hili si utani. Jambo hilo ni ukweli na alizungumza kwa uchungu, na haya ndio machungu yanayopata Wakenya wengi. Haswa sisi kama viongozi tukijua kuwa mikono yetu imefungika, tunashindwa vile tutaweza kuwasaidia wananchi. Na haswa Bwana Nyikal, kwa sababu yeye ni daktari, amezidiwa zaidi kwa sababu ilikuwa ule uzito na ile shida anayoona, na anaona kuwa watu hao wanaweza kusaidika. Mheshimiwa Spika, vifaa vya kujisaidia kwa wahudumu wa afya ambavyo ni vifaa vinaambiwa vimekutwa bado viko kule havijatumika, wakati madaktari na wahudumu wanakufa, wanaanguka chini kama utitiri. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la masikitiko sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuunga mkono taarifa hii, lakini juu ya hapo kumalizia kuwa ni lazima watu waadhibiwe. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
Member for Siaya County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I just want to support this report because it is touching the lives of all of us. We are in a state of war because we've been invaded by COVID-19 that is killing so many people. It's mass destruction. But in a state of war, a country prepares itself. A country has soldiers who must face the war as the rest watch or give them encouragement. When they're prepared to go to war, they have the equipment that they need to fight the war and win it. So there is psychological preparedness, there is equipment to fight the war, they are well paid, they are healthy, they are ready to go and win the war. So now we have a war we are fighting, and this war of COVID-19 is invisible. You can't even see it, but it's killing. And here we have our soldiers, that is our doctors and nurses. Those are frontline soldiers that are denied the chance to fight the war. They have no equipment to fight it. They have no PPEs, they don't have good salaries, they are not properly insured, they are dangling around and fighting a war that is also killing them. I think we are immoral. This is a very immoral country. I know we have had many cases of corruption. Kenya is known to be corrupt. We have lost so much money in different areas. But this one, we should not have lost even a single cent because we are losing people. Even the thieves, those who have stolen, they're going to die. How are they prepared to fight COVID-19 that can also attack them? So I think we are not being smart. I think this is a nation where people don't reason and don't think they value life. They steal where they can survive on. You cannot be a rich man just because you've stolen and somebody has died. and you want to celebrate that you are a rich person. COVID-19 billionaires. How can you be proud of that description? You don't want to be a billionaire, and you don't want to be a billionaire having stolen money for people who should be alive. So what I'm saying is that I support this report, but the most important thing about it is that action must be put in place. Action is to arrest. That's what will make this report valuable. Those who have stolen the money, those who got tenders in a wrong way, they must face the law. That is where the report is needed. And that is what I expect. The job is well done by the committee, but what is now left is what is the next step. Let us arrest. Let us show that we are serious. Let us prove that we, as committees, we can make recommendations, and those recommendations can be listened to. They can be put into action. That is what we shall be relevant. I want to support the job they've done. I watched them on television when they were interviewing those people, the KEMSA. It was painful. And when you've talked about Dr. Nyikal who cried, I cried when I saw him crying. Because for a doctor to weep, it means it's more than what we know. He's inside it. He's a medic. He knows the pain. He knows what it is to be a doctor, and you don't have PPEs. Who will want to face that kind of war? You cannot go to a war with your naked hands. You are yourself, you are a human being, you can die. We have lost doctors, and already Kenya does not have enough doctors. We've never had enough, and we are losing them again. So how can we be so careless? How can we allow doctors to die when we can save them? When KEMSA can do something better than what they've done? Time is up, but I would have said a lot of bad things for those who steal money that is supposed to protect human beings. Thank you very much, the committee, for a job well done, and I support the report.
Let's have the Honorable Kamuren Tuitoek. And you only have 1 minute, Honorable Kamuren.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to at least even say something for that 1 minute. First, I'd like to say that we are in difficult times. These are days when COVID is ravaging our nation, and we are discussing a very important report like this. I rise to say that although I support the report, I think the report is not quite complete. We see that in this particular report, I've outlined what the roles of the ministry, the roles of KEMSA. We've seen that there were actually serious violation of the procurement rules. People were actually were being given tender on phone. And we also saw that the president had even directed that action be taken within 21 days. And up to now, we've not seen any report from the president. We've not seen any report from the agencies which were tasked to unmask the COVID millionaires. We've been told of some companies which are hidden, 25 suppliers who are not being availed to the investigators. We call upon those who are having those lists, those companies, to be availed to the investigators. The current recommendation which has been outlined here is good, that NHIF be actually availed to cover the frontline staff, PPEs be availed to all the hospitals, and we want to say that let us take seriously this issue of COVID, because the government should put more, because we are losing people who have trained for many years, doctors and citizens of this nation. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Honorable members, the motion, as we all know, was time-bound, and it's now time for the mover to be called upon to reply. Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you.
If you are benevolent enough to give them, I will allow you.
Madam Chair, if I even had more minutes, I would have given my Vice Chair, because it's good that I first thank this House Madam Chair, because the money we are talking about, the second and third supplementary, that money was allocated by this House, and this House was also generous enough to get part of its budget to allocate to specific facilities. And so, Madam Speaker, as I start, and I want to say this House did a good job. And I also want to thank the President because, Madam Speaker, he has been at the forefront to fight corruption. He has been at the forefront to actually make sure that the health workers are taken care of. And that's why we got the first allowance of 3 months for the health workers. I want to take this opportunity also to thank my colleagues, Madam Speaker. This was not an easy investigation. And I feel sad when I see people trying to politicize issues, settle political scores, act like some of them like they are in their village market to come and just say things that they might have seen on the social media, and they want now to come and put their colleagues down. It is a shame, and I want to say, Madam Speaker, my team and my committee did a lot of work. It was a lot of documents that we received, Madam Speaker. And out of those documents, yes, we met even with the suppliers. We met with KEMSA. There were some that were very contradicting information coming in, and we had even to recall the ministry and also KEMSA to come back to give the second submission, Madam Speaker. Above that, this whole thing called it progressive procurement. If you read our report, Madam Speaker, it's something we have said we'd want to know how to handle it, or just to have a clarity on the same, because even when we call people RA, they said they are not so sure about how it should work. Yes, it was an emergency. A lot of the managers from KEMSA who came, they said they were acted out of goodwill, panic that was in the whole Republic of Kenya. And for the first 1 month, even members of this House, to find a mask, even in the shop, we know how much it was costing. It was not even available. You could not even find masks even in the pharmacies as we were going to buy. So there were difficult times, Madam Speaker. And that is why we have given agencies that have all what it takes to investigate and come out and tell Kenyans really, was the money lost or not lost? Was there any consultation? That one we have already said. The board of KEMSA really took a back seat when the management of KEMSA decided to even overspend the money that they had in their own budget, Madam Speaker. And so I'm very happy for the members who have come in and supported this report. And I want to say, yes, we need to take care of our health workers. Madam Speaker, the money we allocated for 30-bed capacity of frontline health workers in Kenyatta National Hospital, right now the doctors are sick. We have actually recommended, it was not part of this recommendation, but part of the meetings when we met with KMPDU, is that for every county to have, a recommendation, a center, so that we can be able to take care of their health workers. If these health workers are sick, who is going to take care of Kenyans, Madam Speaker? And we also had a candid discussion because there was goodwill between SRC and between the Ministry of Health and NHIF on the final recommendations that we have done. And Madam Speaker, we agreed with the KMPDU that if there is goodwill, they can also have mercy on Kenyans and really call off the strike. But this is conversations that are ongoing. Next week we will meet, Madam Speaker, to make sure that our health workers at least are going to be cautioned. These are special times. Kenya is not the only country that has struggled with COVID. I would also want to say I think the ministry did a very good job in the beginning, and that's why we dipped on the curve. But Madam Speaker, what happened when reopened? Again, the numbers went high. So I'd want to urge members, even as you go back to your constituencies, let's check. And I want to tell Senate committee to wake up, because oversight of the county, it's under the Senate, Madam Speaker. You've seen we have Laikipia, we have Kirinyaga, and there's still a stalemate, Madam Speaker. And so I want to just thank the House so much, and I urge that we support so that we can have a way forward. And I also say I want to add that the department that we have given work to be done, we have given timelines, we'll be following on it to make sure that everything is going to be handled well. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
You should reply, Honorable Sabina, for the record.
And I reply.
Your microphone is on.
Yes, my microphone is on. Madam Speaker, I reply and I thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, for good reason, we will defer the putting of the question on the report until when it comes next in the order paper. So let's move to the next order.
Order number 12, motion, approval of the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization.
Honorable Kato.
Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the accession to the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subclause 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the accession to the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, by the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, hydrography is a branch of applied science which deals with the measurements and descriptions of the physical features of oceans, seas, coastal areas, lakes, and rivers, as well as with the prediction of their change over time for the primary purpose of safety of navigation and in support of all other marine activities. That is including economic development, security and defense, scientific research, and environmental protection. And this is a very important aspect or a branch of science that Kenya requires to survey the orderly exploitation of its marine resources. As a state party, Madam Speaker, to the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, Kenya is further obligated to collect, compile, publish, and disseminate up-to-date nautical information and ensure the greatest possible uniformity in charts and nautical publications. Madam Speaker, discharging these obligations require membership of international hydrographic efforts or International Hydrographic Organization, which sets the standards for hydrography coordination, that hydrography, and then it coordinates the hydrographic efforts and is the body recognized by the United Nations as the competent international organization for the hydrography and nautical charting. Madam Speaker, this convention was approved long time ago, 26th of July, 1991, by the Cabinet of the Government of Kenya, and the establishment of the National Hydrographic Office under the Department of Surveys in the Ministry of Land and the Kenya National Hydrographic and Oceanographic Committee was established to coordinate the acquisition and dissemination of hydrographic information to maritime users. So that has been a long time, since 1991. And then Kenya also became an observer. It obtained an observer status at the International Hydrographics Conference, which is an organ of IHO since 1982. This IHO was established in 1921, and as at August 2019, it comprised of 92 member states. On November 22nd of 2012, the Cabinet approved the application of the accession to the IHO Convention. And Madam Speaker, let me go through some few articles of this convention. The convention itself has got 23 articles. The first article establishes the organization, and it is called headquarters in Monaco. So the headquarters of this organization is in Monaco. Monaco is in France. And then in Article 2, it provides the organization as a consultative forum of purely technical nature, which is the objective, of course. One, to coordinate activities of national hydrographic offices, and 2, to ensure the greatest possible uniformity in nautical charts and documents, and 3, to foster the adoption of reliable and efficient methods of carrying out and exploiting exploration of hydrographic surveys. And the fourth one is to develop the science in the field of hydrography and techniques employed in the descriptive oceanographic. The Article 3 outlines the members of the organization, and the members are governments which are a party to the convention. The ones I've said, there are 92. Article 4 establishes the International Hydrographic Conference. Conference is very important, and there is also what is called the International Hydrographic Bureau. The conference and the bureau are the chief organs of the organization. If you check on Article 5, it outlines the mandate of the conference, which is to direct the work of the organization, to elect the members of the directing committee and the president of the bureau, to examine the reports of the bureau, to make decisions on all proposals of a technical or administrative for the organization, to approve the budgets of the organization, and to adopt regulations of the organization and make necessary amendment. Most importantly is also Article 6, which outlines the general rules governing a conference session. This article requires that the holding of an ordinary session of the conference every 5 years, and also the holding of an extraordinary session of the conference is subject to the approval by the majority of the member governments. A session is convened with at least 6 months' notice, accompanied by an agenda, and the conference shall elect its president and the vice president. Each member government has one vote, but for the purpose or purposes of voting on the election of the members of the directing committee, each government is entitled to a number of votes, which is determined by a scale established in the relation to the tonnage of their fleet. And the decision of the conference, Madam Speaker, are by a simple majority of the member government present, with the president, of course, having a casting vote. The Bureau, which is the other very critical element of this convention, may consult member government through correspondence between sessions of the conference on the technical functions of the organization. Madam Speaker, if you look at Article 7, not 7, 8, it also explains or outlines the mandate of the Bureau. And the Bureau will establish a close and permanent association between national hydrographic offices. It will study any matters relating to hydrography and the allied sciences and techniques, and to collect the necessary papers. It further the exchange of the nautical charts and documents between hydrographic offices of member governments. It circulates the appropriate documents. It guides and advises countries engaged in setting up or expanding the hydrographic service. It encourages the coordination of hydrographic survey with relevant oceanographic activities, and it extends and facilitates the applications of oceanographic knowledge for the benefit of the navigators. Madam Speaker, and also it cooperates with the international organization and scientific institution with related objectives. This directing committee has the mandate as per Article 10 of administering the Bureau in accordance with the convention, regulations, and conference directive. And it comprises of 3 members of different nationalities, with 1 as president, and once elected, the committee serves for 5 years. The vacancy in the committee between sessions is filled through a by-election correspondent. I can see, okay, in Article 12, the official language is English and French. In Article 15, it can, this can, if you don't pay your contribution, you are suspended. Like as we speak,
Yeah, and I think the red should be 1 minute, and the orange 1 minute, the red 1 minute. That looks
I thought
like
I had many minutes in moving.
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying DRC and Dominican Republic is in suspension for not paying their dues up to date. And finally then, Madam Speaker, it comes into force 3 months after the date on which 28 governments become parties, with currently 92 current members. So the convention is in force. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and with your permission, request Honorable Kwenya Thuku to second.
Honorable Thuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to second this motion on the accession to the Convention International Hydrographic Organization by the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I wish to confine myself to the benefits in the interest of time, so that then we can apprise ourselves with why we need to be a member of this organization. Madam Speaker, state belonging to IHO are in much better position to comply with the requirements of SOLAS Regulation 9. SOLAS is an organization that, the issues that deals with the safety of life at sea. We also find that the IHO and IBH, the regional hydrographic commissions, and all other bodies of the IHO provide a valuable source of advice and experience for development of strategies, technical administrative policies aimed at improving hydrographic capacity. So that's another benefit that accrues from being a member. For maritime state, it is vital to ensure that services indicated in SOLAS, regulation, the state parties benefit from technical and administrative policies in improving hydrographic capacity and capability by supporting national maritime objectives in the wider sense. Then, of course, for maritime state, it is vital to ensure that services indicated in SOLAS 4, that is the regulations, are in place. This requires trained human resource. We do not have capacity as a country, and therefore, being a member, we benefit from training from experienced member states. There is also the opportunity of tapping experience from IHO members states in defining the National Hydrographic Agency, the regulations and procedure that govern it. It constitutes an invaluable resource that is very difficult to evaluate in monetary terms. So that is a serious benefit of being a member. And then, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, these the development of nautical charts. These are drawings that really try to explain where the boundaries are, the resources that are within our waters. And in the past, what has been happening, we do not benefit from the development of the charts. They've been developed by the member countries, and then for us, our business has only been to implement them. Now, by being a member, we'll benefit from being the developers of those charts and then implementing, as opposed to countries that are not member states. Member states have also the right to join working groups established in developed standards. So then it's also another serious benefit whereby you can join any working group that establishes the standards. Finally, Mr. Speaker, many IHO member states are on the front line of hydrographic development and therefore profit from the collective advance of technology. You see, these evolving technology in terms of maritime, and therefore being a member state, you benefit from such. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to support and to second this motion as it is presented by our committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order, Honorable Leader of Majority and Chair. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the accession to the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the accession to the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization, IHO, by the Republic of Kenya. Let's have the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, member for Ndaragwa.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for that opportunity to contribute to this motion, and I want to thank the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations for the tabling of this report. Mr. Speaker, even before I go into the details of the report, I think I want to commend this committee. I have noted that over the time they have continued to bring or to table for our debate and passing as a House very many or various conventions that the country has signed or would want to get into. And Mr. Speaker, I of course know that the Chairman of Defense is only keen. I don't know why his debates normally come to us, the head of the House. I don't know whether it's by design or it's the fate. But on a number of occasions, we tend to debate these conventions a little bit towards the end of the sitting of the House. But all in all is to commend them for what they have done. It is one of the committees that if I was to say, that has been very active and tabling reports that are well thought out, that have been considered by the committee, and also very active. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me say this, that it's in the requirement of our Constitution 2010 that all the conventions that must be brought to this House for us to pass before the government assent to them. And the purpose is to ensure that at no time should we later in life start complaining about conventions that tie us down, even as we try to do our own registration. And this is informed by what used to happen perhaps under the constitution that was given to us by the Queen, where we would never know of what kind of conventions the government has ever entered into, and only for us to be informed, perhaps even in international conferences, that you are a signatory to this convention, and for that reason, you need to behave in a given manner. Madam Speaker, I want to say that that is part of what this House is expected to do in the implementation of the Constitution. And when we say that agencies are not implementing the Constitution of 2010, which at times, as you notice that some of the proposals that were contained in the BBI, the very first draft on the BBI, had a lot to do with the implementation of the Constitution as is today. And perhaps we did not even need to have brought those recommendations at the BBI. And I want to say that this House is part of the agencies that are required to implement the Constitution. While we are supposed to oversight the implementation of the same by other agencies, this House has a lot to play. And one of the ways that the House is doing is by what the committee under the chairmanship of Honorable Kato is doing, by ensuring that these conventions are discussed in this House and taken on the whole. Madam Speaker, I want to again commend the committee and support the report that they have tabled. Certainly a very technical report. I wish there is a way of taking us through so that we can be able to completely understand what they are trying to do. There are some very technical provisions that are there. And even as they were presenting, it was evident that they were also not very familiar with them. Some of them were from the army, and they were reading them to us. But all in all, it is a good thing, and we want to support the committee. Madam Speaker, I support, and I thank you.
Honorable Kioni, you know, if you are unable to understand the technical report, you don't have to drag the chair into your mix. You just ask for help from the chair instead. Let us have the Honorable Odhiambo Akoff, member for Suba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank the committee for bringing this report on the Convention on the International Hydrographic Organization. The only thing I would have wanted to find out from the committee is that they have made reference to seeking to accession, when I thought actually they should be bringing it for ratification, not accession. But perhaps because of lack of time, they may not respond to that, and that is one of the technical things that Honorable Kioni may not understand. And perhaps the chair might also be perplexed because it's legal. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that one of the things that has been mentioned by the chair is that this convention seeks to promote the use of hydrography for the safety of navigation and all other marine purposes, and to raise global awareness on the importance of hydrography. It also seeks to improve global coverage, availability, quality of hydrographic data, information, products, and services, and to facilitate access to such data, information, products, and services. It also seeks to establish and enhance the development of international standards for hydrographic data, information, products, services, and techniques, and to achieve the greatest possible uniformity in the use of the standards. Madam Speaker, one of the things that it actually, if you see, other than setting the standards, it also provides for nautical charts that I think the second of the convention, or rather of the report, was talking about. And Madam Speaker, one of the reasons I'm interested in this is if you actually look at the convention, it talks about, even though it talks about marine, but it also makes references to lakes. And for us as the people of Suba North, that is of very great interest, especially because there are certain policy decisions that the government makes in relation to the nautical charts. And one of them, Madam Speaker, is at some point, the government would actually close the lake for a period of 4 months when people could not fish, because then they would say that there is a depletion of the resources, especially the fisheries. But over time, I negotiated with the ministry to ensure that with the technology now, we can do ex-situ and in-situ fishing, which in simple terms is basically fish caging and the rest. And Madam Speaker, with that, then you don't need to stop. And I just want to thank the government that that has since been done. But then it has brought the other challenge that we know that this kind of survey helps with, is that now there's already competition about the paths that people follow even when you have caging and people need to fish. And it is creating a lot of challenge between those who are doing traditional capture fisheries and those who are doing cage fishing. So for us to join this organization, I think it will enhance our capabilities as a nation where we don't have technical expertise. What I would want to encourage, and I'm hoping that the relevant ministry will look into this, Madam Speaker, that if you look at the convention, it makes reference to the International Convention on the Law of the Sea, and the law, and that convention, and even this one that we are talking about, focuses a lot on the oceans and archipelagic waters, and very little on internal waters. And I'm hoping that even this body that has been established will then focus on internal waters, and especially that the country has now focused on the blue economy. And there's a lot of resources that we have under the blue economy, Madam Speaker. And if we do our surveys properly and well, then there's a lot. If we do our nautical charts very well, there's a lot that is yet to be discovered, perhaps the cure for COVID-19 and other ailments that we don't already know about. Madam Speaker, I can see my time is up. Otherwise, I thank the committee and support the report. But Madam Speaker, if you give me just 1 minute, since the time is almost up, I can say just one thing to the committee. That if you actually look at the international, the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, I would want to encourage the committees that I don't think we are actually following the act. in the way we bring the reports. And so in future, if you're bringing, please follow what the Act actually says we ought to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Let's have the leader of majority.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this and to support the accession to the Convention on the IHO by the Republic of Kenya, which is an initiative that was started in 1991, then reinvigorated in 2012, and at last it's found its way into the House. And I just want to, I know the mover and seconder have highlighted a number of the benefits, but I just want to put on record that as a country, we moved onto this blue economy, and there's a lot of emphasis on the blue economy. And with this accession to the convention, it will provide the country, again, within this multilateral platform, where we can exchange knowledge, exchange information, and ideas with the rest of the world. So as we exploit, as we develop our blue economy, which, for the record, I think covers upwards of 11,230 square kilometers, that is of inland waters, plus another area of 103,320 square kilometers of the extended continental shelf. It's a lot of blue economy that can be harnessed from that mass of water. So by accession of this into this organization, IHO, and ratification of this treaty, we will actually then be getting to that, and clearly the benefit of the membership will outweigh the costs of that membership. I think the other benefits had been outlined, and I don't need to repeat. It's a very straightforward thing. We just need to do it. It's the best thing to do. It's good for the country. It's good for economy. And it's also good for the world, because Kenya, being a coastal country, needs to join the global family who are surrounded by waters, at least so that we can work on this thing together. With those words, Madam Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Kato, we have 2 minutes. Are those sufficient for you to move the reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank those members who have contributed. Just a clarification between accession and ratification. Accession is accepting the offer or the opportunity to become party to the treaty by the state. That when the treaty is already negotiated. When it comes to ratification, it's the actual now signing by the state to agree that they will be bound by the treaty. So once approved by this House, then the state will sign to ratify. And Madam Speaker, we have two shares as a state because according to our tonnage, and each of them, so we will be paying in terms of financial annual $7,800. You can withdraw, but after being into it for 5 years and after also giving a 1-year notice. It can also be amended, this treaty, but by a 2/3 majority of the party state. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, we will defer the putting of the question until we have it next in the order paper.
Okay.
Order. Honorable members, the time now being 6:59 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 1st of December at 2:30 p.m.
All right, welcome back. Of course, beautiful music from Juma Lita, who Ng'ang'alita atatuambia kama ni makazi kwa sababu kuna Juma Lita.